Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Professor Junaid, what is the time at your in Indonesia now? What is the time now in Indonesia there?
12 o'clock.
12.
We just heard the azan.
Okay. Good. Good.
In the midday.
Yeah, that's good. For
Yeah.
us, it is just the start. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, but for me, I work from home, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I think everybody working from home now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, not everybody, Dr. Ayman.
Dr. Nazir, you are working from office, yes?
Yes, because as yeah.
Okay, so for us, we are working online. So, but I think, yeah, I agree with you. It is different from one university to another.
Yes.
Yeah. In our country, all universities are doing online course. So this is the first week of the new semester.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
For us, this is, I think, third week now, or third, yes.
I see.
Yeah. Finishing the third.
Finishing
At the end of the third one.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes. Professor Muammar?
Yes.
What do you think? Can we start now?
Do you feel everybody is around?
We have now about 43 participants.
We were expecting more than this, no?
Yeah.
Maybe they will join later.
Yeah.
Okay, we can wait maybe another.
Yes, few minutes.
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
If it is okay with everybody.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah, because people are teaching, man. Some people are teaching, for us.
Yeah.
At the university now, in the morning, some people they have classes.
Yes. Dr. Khalid, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
I have a
good to
class
see
to
you.
teach, and I will join a little bit and then go to the class and come back, etc.
Okay, you're welcome. Engineer Bushra, are you ready with the video?
Yes, Professor Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Yes.
Do we have our partners from the other universities are around? All?
I think yes.
All right.
Still American University. Miss Rose. Miss Rose, are you here?
I am here.
Yes, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think all the contributors are there. Okay, we wait 2 minutes, then we start, inshallah.
ما أبغى أطلع في الصوم.
I think now most of the universities preparing for the GreenMetric application deadline end of October, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So we hope everyone is working on it. So
Yes.
if you have questions, now it's the right time to ask.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. We already formed a committee and we are working for this.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes. Okay, Engineer Bushra,
Yes.
please prepare the video. Actually, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Professor Muammar, maybe we can start now.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm glad today to have you all here in this workshop. And I think this will be a good start for all universities in United Arab Emirates to join together our efforts to contribute to sustainability. I thank, welcome everybody who managed to make it today. And we look forward for the future, inshallah, in collaboration with the GreenMetric administration. We start according to agenda. We will start with 2 videos about GreenMetric profile and the University of Sharjah. Then we start with the opening ceremony with a talk from Professor, His Excellency Professor Hamid and Her Excellency Professor Riri. And His Excellency Professor Muammar Bittayeb. Let's start now, inshallah, with the video. Please, Bushra.
Well,
Thank you very much. Very interesting videos about GreenMetric and the achievements and the activities that have been conducted by GreenMetric, and I think it has a great impact in all over the world. Actually, we are waiting His Excellency Professor Hamid. He needs maybe 2 minutes to join us. We can just wait, if you please. 2 minutes. If you have any discussion, anything to comment on the video, any feedback.
So good morning. Thank you for sharing very interesting video. And I'm just taking part to learn what you're doing because I'm very interested in the space of sustainability. So my question is, what did the university do so far in relation to the GreenMetric ranking? Or is this the first step we're taking today?
Yes, you mean you are from which university?
I just joined Sharjah, University of Sharjah. I'm the Dean of the College of Business.
Okay, welcome and congratulations for joining us here and being with us. Actually, we will present later, we have applied for the GreenMetric ranking for 3 years. And we will present today the impact of or applying for GreenMetric on our sustainability activities. I will give a whole presentation about what we achieved. At the same time, we will listen from GreenMetric organization today about their activities and what the procedures and what did they do globally.
The translate here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I would like now, thank you very much, Professor Muammar. I would like now to request from His Excellency Professor Hamid to give us opening remarks for this event. Thank you very much.
Professor Hamid, the mic is muted. The mic is muted, Professor Hamid.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
صباح الخير، مرحبا.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
I'm sorry I was a bit late. Therefore, I'm ready now.
Yes, please, Professor Hamid, and welcome, and thank you for attending and opening this important event, the first national workshop in the United Arab Emirates. We have participants from many universities here, and we have. So, if you please, if you can start officially the event.
Thank you, Professor Ahmad. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, my colleagues, scientists, faculty members, admin staff members of the University of Sharjah, ladies and gentlemen, speakers and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sabah al-khair.
Alaikum assalam.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Yes, on behalf of the entire University of Sharjah community, I'm delighted to welcome you to this workshop entitled First National Workshop on UI GreenMetric World University Ranking for universities in the United Arab Emirates, which is being hosted by the University of Sharjah upon the invitation of Professor Rira Sari, chairperson of UI GreenMetric World University Ranking in Indonesia. As we begin the workshop, I would like to extend sincere gratitude and appreciation to His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan Muhammad Al-Qasimi, Member of Supreme Council, Ruler of Sharjah, and the President of the University of Sharjah for his unlimited support and guidance.
أنا دعيت لميتنج في تشانس في دكتور عماد السيوف.
Could you mute your mic, please? Well, I would also like to extend gratitude to speakers and participants joining us today from local universities, namely Dr. Naeem Al-Hosani and Dr. Robert Brady from UAE University, Professor Riyad Al-Amour from Abu Dhabi University, Engineer Bilal Irshad from Khalifa University, Ms. Rose Armour from IOS, American University of Sharjah, Professor Sahar Sulaiman from Ajman University, Professor Ghalib Khawaja and Dr. Adwalf Akwi from Rochester Institute of Dubai, Dr. Lucy from University of Sharjah, Lucy Simarjan. Actually, this workshop will give us the opportunity to share experience and best practices in the area of sustainability, facilitate partnership and cooperation in this important field, not only in United Arab Emirates, but also regionally and internationally. The University of Sharjah is deeply honored to represent the UI GreenMetric World University Ranking as its national coordinator. As a university, we have made it a top priority to seek solution and promote the field of sustainability. Promote the field of the sustainability. Of course, there are many examples of this on the part of our university community, ranging from innovative environmental initiatives to create sustainable transport. Our effort align with the vision of His Highness, Ruler of Sharjah and President of the University, Sheikh Dr. Sultan Muhammad Al-Qasim, who places tremendous importance on sustainable development. In fact, the University of Sharjah established its own sustainable office in 2017 under the directorship of Professor Imad Sayouf, with the help of our colleagues, Professor Muhammad and others. The Sustainability Office works in a unique manner to engage all the university stakeholders, of course, including students, administrative staff, and faculty members, cooperatively in teams in order to improve the sustainability performance of the university basis. In so doing, its aim to set a regional and global benchmarking for sustainability excellence in higher education. Thus far, these efforts have resulted in achieving the following. Of course, University of Sharjah. First place in 2019 UAE GreenMetric World University Ranking for the third year in a row. Second, first place in Times Higher Education Impact Ranking 2020 for second year in a row. 5 local sustainability awards organized by the Environment and Protected Areas Authority to 2020. During these extraordinary times, and always the University of Sharjah prizes the spirit of cooperation and believes that combining our strengths will enable us to face common sustainability challenges and achieve more together. Well, once again, I'm pleased to welcome you all and extend sincere appreciation and gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan Muhammad Al-Qasimi, Member of Supreme Council of Sharjah and President of the University of Sharjah, and to all participants, organizers, and speakers at today's event. Wishing you all much success. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you very much, Professor, Your Excellency, Professor Hamid, for this opening remarks, which is highly appreciated. Actually, we now start with Professor Riri Sari. Please, the floor is yours.
Sabrina tolong di online ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of University of Indonesia, I would like to greet and thank Professor Muhammad Al-Naimi, the Chancellor of Sharjah University, and also Professor Ma'ammar Betayeb, Vice Chancellor for Research and Graduate Studies of University of Sharjah, and also Professor Imad, our friend who we met last time in our event in Moscow, and also all the participants from all universities in United Arab Emirates. Greetings from UI GreenMetric team from Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm very pleased to speak in front of all of you, knowing that I'm speaking in front of those that are doing very good in managing university infrastructure, the best one in the world, I suppose, because you have the latest infrastructure which follows all the rules and regulation, and also the smart buildings, for example, standard all over the world. I'm sure that you have been doing all very good achievement on this. However, today we are very pleased to have the first national workshop of UI GreenMetric in United Arab Emirates, knowing that we actually come to your part of the world because during even this pandemic, as you have seen in the video previously, that we have been doing a lot of activities. I think more than 40 webinars and meetings and extensive collaboration among universities, which during this pandemic, even we learn from each other how to support each other, and also work together to produce documentation on how university operation and maintenance can be kept during the situation, which we never expect before. We know that we are all working towards the 17th Sustainable Development Goals, and United Arab Emirates have shown a very good example of how I was there, 15 years ago. My brother actually works in Dubai. And now it's just look like better than New York and better than any other part of the world. However, we would like also for you to share your experience and to show this on the documentation and proof that we are collaborating to make sure that the 17th Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved by all people in all places and all walk of life all over the world. During this pandemic, we are having the same meeting like this. We have 52 participants now, but most hour of meeting, for example, in Colombia can reach up to 400 participants from all over universities, and they're all collaborating and showing their achievement in, just like today, Professor Hamid already told us about the achievement in QS ranking in Times Higher Education ranking, and also governmental evaluation on the sustainability in the university. So I'm sure that all of you have a lot of story, a lot of documentation, and a lot of evidence to show. And we would like to invite all of you to join the UI GreenMetric. And today, with my team, Professor Tommy Ilyas, our professor from Civil Engineering Department from University of Indonesia, and also Dr. Mr. Junaidi will also tell you how from the 10th year of UI GreenMetric, we have achieved the number 17 of the SDGs, which is Partnership for the Goals. And as you can see in this slide today, this is just our events this year, which make sure that the co-sharing and collaboration that has been conducted has been initiated 10 years ago in Jakarta, Indonesia, has already been accepted as a standard all over the world. And we are actually going to have your insightful help also next time. I'm not sure, maybe if you would like to do the announcement in United Arab Emirates this year, that would be good, Professor Hamid. I'm not sure if the pandemic is we just have to find new innovation in which all of us can get inspired to work more and more, you know, to collaborate more to reach our common goals. Anyway, without any further ado, I thank all of you again, all participants from 10 universities, I think more now, coming up from United Arab Emirates, from Abu Dhabi University, Khalifa University, Rochester Institute of Technology, American University of Sharjah, Ajman, and many other universities, like Manipal University, which we know that you are also participants of UI GreenMetric, but you have a very big university. I'm sure that during this meeting, we will get inspired by each other. And also, I look forward for your insightful comment, and also look forward for your participation. Before 31st of October, we hope that we will get your submission to the UI GreenMetric. Once again, I would like to have your support for our continuous existence of UI GreenMetric, because during this pandemic, it's really hard for us, actually, and I'm sure for everybody, but your help and participation will be much appreciated. Thank you so much, and wish you a wonderful and fruitful discussion today. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Leary, for this talk. And I am sure, and together we can make many things. And we will, in this event, we will share our experience and knowledge in sustainability, best practices. Now we start with the third speech, Professor Muammar Bittayeb, Vice Chancellor for Research and Graduate Studies. He will give us something about sustainability activities at the University of Sharjah.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ahmad. I'll just have 10 minutes presentation. In the first few minutes, I will just talk about some statistics about University of Sharjah, and then I'll mention some of the activities we have related to green and sustainability. Of course, as you have seen in the video, University of Sharjah is the largest university in the country with over 16,000 students, over 100 programs. We already reached at the end of the first year of our strategic planning in 1924, we already reached 50 graduate program, master and PhD programs. And in 1924, we are scheduled to meet 70 established master and PhD program. At the moment, we already have around 2,500 graduate students. based on this, about 6 years ago, University of Sharjah got really to a new level of scholarship and research, as the university administration with Professor Hamid and His Highness support, we decided to go international and quality research to be at international level. And therefore, as you can see from this chart, these are Scopus publications that University of Sharjah is having over the years. As you can see, from the time we took this handover in 2014, we are 5 or 6 folds now, and we are about to reach, we already surpassed a few days ago 1,000 publications in Scopus this year. Of course, in addition to these 1,000 publications in Scopus, we have another 1,000 publications in Arabic. Unfortunately, they are not in Scopus because they are published in Arabic. Because, as you know, University of Sharjah is comprehensive, and therefore we have at least 5 or 6 colleges that publish in Arabic, such as Islamic Studies, Law, Communications, Art and Humanities, and others. So, of course, if we compare ourselves by many main universities who are with us today, as you can see quickly, how we are doing very fast growing in terms of publications. And at the moment, we are around number 2 in the country, and we are still growing very fast. This is up to last week. This is up to last week only. Of course, as many of you are here from UAE and abroad, we really encourage collaboration. This is our aim. As you can see here, we have collaboration with over 2,500 institutions all over the 5 continents, and we will be very delighted to start and enhance collaboration with all of you present today and all the colleagues in the GreenMetric World Ranking organizations. Of course, in terms of collaborations with institutions, as you can see, we are very selective. We have collaborations with the best universities in the world. What we mean by collaboration, meaning we may have a regular agreement, MOUs, a lot of these are numbers of publications. For example, we have 196 publications with the University of California system, with Harvard, we have 181 publications. These are among the best universities in the world. These are number 2, number 3, number 4. We have relations with MIT, with Imperial College, with McGill, with Oxford. These are the top 10 universities in the world, and we are publishing hundreds of publications with them. We are having joint projects, starting to have joint patents, etc. This is with the industry. Also, we are having several, as you can see here, the most famous AstraZeneca, the most famous pharmaceutical companies in the world, and some also engineering companies. Of course, University of Sharjah has an ecosystem that is not, we think, seconded probably anywhere. As you can see here, we have 110 teaching labs, over 60 computer labs. You have 56 research labs, 10 simulation labs. We have an ecosystem, an infrastructure for teaching, learning, and research that we really invested on and we are proud of. And therefore, based on this, we were able the last few years to attract many scholars from all over the world. We do have now the last few years in our campus, in our colleges, world authorities in some areas. We have people with us with over 100 H index, and not one, more than one. So I want to spend a few minutes on what is related to metric on things we have been doing in the sector of education and research. As you know, University of Sharjah is unique. We started about 6 years ago, or 7 or 8 years ago now, a new program, Bachelor of Science in Sustainable and Renewable Energy Engineering, that is very successful. We have over 600 students that are doing their bachelor. We just got acceptance for a master program, and soon we start a PhD program also in renewable energy engineering. And therefore, this influenced all the courses we have, over 3,000 courses we have or so at the university level. And we have about 185 sustainability related courses. And we got over 766 sustainability related publications over the last years. And as you can see, we have been investing reasonable budget on sustainability research. We have research group on sustainability. We have research project, internal funding, external funding in these areas, as I'll show you in a few minutes. And of course, we make sure that our work is known and distributed. So we have an annual report, and we have brochures and all these kind of things that for the visibility and for giving a chance for collaboration inside the country and outside the country. And we have we just established one important center on sustainability, energy, and power systems research. So it's a new center that just was established this semester, even though the 3 groups that are in this center existed before and are developing further. We have a very strong group on sustainable energy development. We have another group on smart grids and another group on energy storage that work in all these areas, from solar PV to solar thermal to biomass to bioenergy to biofuel to geothermal. All of these areas we are working on. These are examples of research labs we have and research projects. All of these are research projects that are going on. These research projects are either funded, granted research project at the university, or external projects with well-known industries and organizations in the country, such as SIWA, DIWA, municipalities, BIA, Environment Ministry, and others. And some of them are graduation projects for our students. So all of these are so many projects, more than 30 projects we have, practical projects implemented in solar, in wind, in mixture, in biomass, in biofuel, etc. Space applications, residential applications, air conditioning, desalination applications. All of these are, most of them are implemented in the roof of our, what we call central laboratories at University of Sharjah, a big space where we are putting all of this. These are examples of projects that are ongoing now. We are doing testing, and analysis, and for some of this, we are getting publications. For others, we are planning for patents. Many of them, over 20 projects going on, 30 projects. Of course, we have our achievement already mentioned by Professor Imad. We got 5 sustainability awards just this year. And I'll stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muammar, for this brief and informative talk, which give insight about the research and education activities related to sustainability at the University of Sharjah, something that we are very proud of. If you have any comment or question before we go to group photo activity now. Any comment?
So for group photo, Imad, we tell everybody to put the video on.
Yes, yes. Please, now, if we don't have any comment, to take the group photo, kindly please put the video on. All of us. Engineer Bushra, everything is ready? Tell us.
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
We are ready. Smile, you are at University of Sharjah.
Yes, we got the screenshot.
Thank you.
Done. Thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Now we start with the first technical session, and we have the mediator, this Professor Abdul Qadir Hamid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everybody to session number 1. The title of the session, UI GreenMetric World University Rankings. We'll have 2 presentations. Each one is 15 minutes. And after that, we'll have 10 minutes for questions and answers. The first presentation, the speaker is Professor Imad Siouf, National Coordinator of UI GreenMetric World University Rankings Network for Universities in the United Arab Emirates, University of Sharjah. The title of the talk is The Role of UI GreenMetric University Rankings as a Benchmark Tool for Institutions of Higher Education Towards a Sustainable Campus, the case of University of Sharjah. Professor Ahmad, you have 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Abdul Qadir. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. I will speak about general introduction, then about GreenMetric World University Ranking System in literature, Sustainability Office at the University of Sharjah, and the experience of the University of Sharjah with GreenMetric, and the impact that we got by applying for GreenMetric. As you know, all of us know and feel the global problems, environmental problems that we are facing, and we need to act together at all levels to tackle these problems, because we cannot individually or any organization by itself find efficient and effective solutions for these critical problems. It varies in all areas: CO2 emission, water scarcity, having good quality water, securing food, sustainable food, quality of soil, and waste management, plastic, and so on. So as you can see, the problems are huge and have great impact on our life and on the future generations. That's why, as we know, we have the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, which cover all these aspects. And to achieve these goals and improve the performance, we have to work together. And also, we as universities, we have to prepare our students, the future leaders, to be able to tackle these problems and find good solutions for them. Here, this gives us the importance of every institution of higher education to take its responsibility and try to tackle and analyze the global warming challenges that we are facing. At the same time, analyze these challenges, find good solutions, develop sustainable solutions. Also, it is not enough with just providing technological solutions. We need to raise the awareness of our stakeholders, all of them, students, staff, and faculty members, so that they are aware and practices what we should practice, so that we are solving these problems in a good way. And as a result, universities are considered examples for the society. So that's why we need be a good example and excellent benchmark for the others. And to do that, we need to follow a good strategy and methodology that help us to do that. And we found that GreenMetric World University Ranking is one of these frameworks that can help universities to assess their performance in a systematic way, and at the same time identify problems, find solutions analyze the problems, find solutions, and continuously improve. So I did a small literature review about what has been written about GreenMetric. So we can see it has been written that it is simple in terms of the number of indicators. We know there are many other systems like STARS, for example, but this one is simple and at the same time effective. It is accessible and it can serve as a guide and benchmark to create sustainable institutions or universities and sustainable future. Also, its demand of data is relatively low and less empirical compared to the others, but at the same time, it is effective. Also, both developing and developed countries can use it. However, its indicators are more suitable for developing countries, according to this reference. And as we said, each university can assess, find the weaknesses and the strengths, and accordingly they can focus on how to improve their performance. And of course, the participation in the GreenMetric ranking system can improve the sustainable performance of the university. And this we will show now example of how we managed to benefit from this ranking system. As His Excellency Professor Hamid mentioned, in year 2017, he established the Sustainability Office at the university, and at the same time, same year, we started our first application for GreenMetric ranking. Our vision at the Sustainability Office is to become a leading regional and global benchmark for sustainability excellence in higher education. And we are working hard with the support from His Highness and His Excellency to achieve this vision soon. As you can see, these are examples of the goals that we have in the office: oversee sustainability related matters at the university and initiate projects, embed sustainability into the culture by raising the sustainability awareness, and continuously improve and monitor our sustainability performance. We are following what is called continuous improvement methods, Plan, Do, Check, Act, which is a well-known tool to continuously improve our performance and reach to the goals that we have identified and the vision. This is just the organization structure of the Sustainability Office, as you can see, which is connected with the Vice Chancellors of Research and Graduate Studies and Administrative and Financial Affairs. And at the same time, it is connected with the Facilities Management and Planning Department, so that we can implement whatever we have. At the same time, we need to involve everybody at the university, faculty members, admin, and staff, so that we can improve our performance. Here we developed a new concept. This concept, we called it sustainability circles. It was adapted from the well-known Japanese sustainability quality circles concept. The main idea of this is that we have certain sustainability tracks. For every track, we have a leader, and this leader work together with people in a voluntarily way, representing students, employees, and faculty members, led by that expert or leader. The goal is to identify the problems, find solutions, and continuously improve. This concept, it was published in a conference, IEEE. I can provide you with all the, let's say, what has been written about this concept and how to implement it, how to organize it, and so on. The source is available upon request, of course. Here, as we can see, we have different tracks. Every track is considered as a circle. We have awareness, food, waste management, water, research, transportation, energy, and others. They work in a voluntarily way, identify problems and discuss them, and then find good solutions. These are examples of just a few active, let's say, circles, sustainability circles. For example, safety and health, education, and here creative projects.
Professor Ahmed.
Yes.
That was before COVID. Don't put us into trouble.
Yes, this is last year. But now technology solves everything. We will continue working virtually. So we are still working maybe more efficiently now and effectively. But yes, this from last year. Thank you, Professor Muhammad. Also, the most important thing is the students. So we established 2 clubs, sustainability clubs at the university level. And as you can see, we have for the male and female students clubs, they have their own meeting. Here, just the names of the sustainability circles. We have now 30 sustainability circles. Every circle is led by a leader and it has its members. I will not go through the details of this, but it is available at the website. All of them are linked to the 17th SDG goals, sustainability goals, and they cover also other aspects. Even the animals, we have a circle which is taking care of the animal at the campus. So the details you can see at the website. You can see the rest of the circles, 30 circles. All of them are working all the time with all these their missions. People with disability, for example, English, editing and publication. So it covers everything in the university. Here, this is also Professor Muhammad from last year, not updated yet, but it shows the involvement and engagement of all the faculty members, colleges, students, and staff at the university. So we can see we have good engagement from everybody. And I think this is the most important thing that we need to focus on, the engagement, how to engage everybody in our sustainability problems so that they can find good solutions and contribute to these solutions. Here I will speak about our experience with GreenMetric ranking from 2017. As you can see, we are achieving good results. This is thanks to the good support that we are getting from the university. For example, we started 2017. We are ranked 452, but now we are ranked 294, as you can see. Last year or last time we improved, first year we improved 54 positions compared to 2017, and last year we improved 104 positions compared to 2018. And this is what we think is the most important thing, that we look at this as a leverage arm where we can identify problems, analyze them, and find good solutions. You can see, for example, water. In 2018, it was one of the worst, let's say, performance, but due to the good work, we identified that we need to improve, identify the gaps, and we became number 35 worldwide, and this is great results for us. As you can see, Dr. Lucy will give us more details about this in the technical meeting. Here you can see our performance in all the categories, improving in all the aspects with a good trend. following this concept, which is the continuous improvement methodology. These are just, I will go through quickly now, examples. Sitting and infrastructure, you can see we have a green space is equivalent to about 1/3 of the total area. Open area is estimated to be about 72%, and this gives the stakeholders good facilities to enjoy, especially from now on October to March, where the weather is nice, so you can see people are doing activity work, walking, and so on. We have also sustainable garden, where we involved everybody, also community farming, a greenhouse, which is fed by solar system and other solar practices, sustainability practices. These are just energy and climate change. As you can see, we have a plan to replace all the traditional light with LED. We installing motion and daylight sensor, as you can see here. We have also monitoring systems to monitor the critical areas and so on. Here we are using the natural light to reduce the consumption of energy. As you can see, where this, for example, from the College of Fine Art, where they are utilizing the natural light. Also energy efficient devices. We have a circle about procurement, so we are changing the policies that we have so that we have efficient devices. Here, smart doors everywhere, also double glazed glass windows to reduce the heat loss. Also, we have smart building in the Astronomy and Space Science Center. Also, waste management, for example, we have good collaboration now with BIA. We started pilot project with them, and we are expanding now to other buildings. We started with 2 buildings, and now we're expanding to other buildings. We have sorting center in the sustainable garden, will be installed soon, and so on. As you can see, we are working well in all the fronts. Waste management also is covering all the aspects: toxic waste treatment, electronic, and so on. Also, food waste recycling project. We are utilizing the food waste to change it to compost, which is used in the sustainable garden. We are utilizing all the recycled material, tires, and all this stuff, where, for example, in the fine art, 3 classrooms were made or prepared by zero spending with recycled material. The water, Dr. Lucy will give more details about this. Transportation also, we have more than 72 public transport buses and so on. And we are doing our best to improve our performance in transportation. We are using zero emission vehicles, encouraging bicycle use, and trying new EV vehicles, scooters, and so on. We are studying to have this in the university, and so on. As you can see, we have now covered walking pathway, which is cooled also. We will encourage students to start using it, so that we reduce the need for parking in the university. And also we have about the research and education, Professor Muammar gave about this. And regarding we can say our commitment, and we have signed the climate emergency letter, where according to this, we are committed to achieve carbon neutral by 2050 at the very latest. And we started installing new solar systems gradually. Also, we focus our resources on in research and education to tackle the climate change problems, and also increasing the delivery of sustainability education courses at the university. In conclusion, I see Professor Abdul Qadir is giving me alarm.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, you're finishing. Okay.
Yes. In conclusion, I can say that with help of a GreenMetric World University Ranking system, we can change our attitudes toward sustainability by identifying or analyzing the KPIs that we are achieving every year, analyzing them, giving good solutions, and implementing this. Also, sharing best sustainability practices and spreading the awareness by engaging everybody at the university, students, staff, and faculty members, and their families also. By this, we can face the common sustainability challenges that we have. Any question? That's all from my side.
We'll leave the questions at the end, Professor Ahmad.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Ahmad. And we are glad to see all these activities at the University of Sharjah. Really very interesting. The next talk by Professor Dr. Ir Tami Ilyas. I'm engineering expert member of UI GreenMetric, University of Indonesia. The talk about introduction about UI GreenMetric and UI GWURN. Professor Tami, go ahead. You have 15 minutes for your talk.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Abdul Qadir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, because Indonesia is now already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I am sure in your country is still in the morning, but we have a 3 time difference now. Okay, I would like to talk about the introduction of GreenMetric World University Ranking and Network. And of course, I'm very pleased to talk in the first national workshop of UI GreenMetric World University Ranking of Universities in University Arab Emirates, University of Sharjah today in 16 September 2020. Okay, I will start with the first slide about what is the University GreenMetrics. I think the definition is already written here is a World University Ranking, WUR, on green or sustainable campus, initiated by University of Indonesia in 2010. So it's already 10 years now at the moment. And now we are already a member of the International Ranking Expert Group, and which I mean that is the prestigious group. Is already have a group with the famous ranking group in the world, like QS ranking, and then Times Higher University ranking, academic ranking with universities, University League, and the only one dealing with the environments, only UI GreenMetric, and we are very pleased to that. And if you look at this slide, there are global university ranking in the world. I mean, there are many, and all of the, the rankings are mainly focused on the academics, and of course, I think we only the only one now. I mean, UI GreenMetrics dealing with the environment, as you can see in the slide, and of course, in the next slide. In the next slide is the look at the highlight of the ARW Shanghai, and then QS ranking, and then Times Higher, and we are the fourth about the UI GreenMetric dealing with the environment. See, both of 3 of us in only dealing with the academics. And what is the pillars of the sustainability? UI GreenMetrics World University Ranking authority to assist, measure the sustainable effort of university in the world. And of course, we have dealing with the environmental, economic, and social. And there is, of course, interface between those 3 pillars, you see, environment, economic, and social. And to enable higher education around the world, the university established a shaping global higher education research in sustainability, creating global sustainability leaders, partnering in solution sustainability challenges. And if you look at the center here, UI GreenMetric features and we are no fees, so everybody can be a member, and then open for all higher education institutions, and we are openness, and we are online questionnaires, of course, very simple, and we can also interactive it, and then we have a unified profile, and then dynamic unified network, forum of sharing and learning, and then focus on university policies and action for sustainability. This, I mean, the of what we are doing in the UI GreenMetric features. What is the methodology of the GreenMetrics? We have 6 indicators: setting infrastructures, energy and climate change, waste, water, transportation, education, and research. And each of them, like setting infrastructure, got a 15% of the ranking, and then energy and climate change is 21%, waste 18%, water 10%, transportation 18%, and education and research 18%. And in the setting infrastructure, we are looking for more space of greenery and safeguarding environment, as well as the campus sustainable development budget, and in energy and climate change, we are looking at the increase of the effort of university in using energy efficiency appliances and develop renewable energy. And in waste, we focusing on some programs and wastewater treatments, an example, recycling program, toxic waste, organic and inorganic waste, and etc. And then for water, we are focusing on the decreasing groundwater usage, increase conservation program, and protect the habitat. And then for the transportation, we are focusing on the transportation policy to limit the number of private vehicle and pedestrian. And then, of course, the last is the course education and research. We are focusing on courses, research, publication, website, report related to the green and sustainability. And if you look at this type, University GreenMetric ranking, and then we put it by region, and then we have 6 regions here from Asia, Africa, Europe, Oceania, North America, South America, and we have already 18 countries already members, and then we have a 6 category already mentioned, and then we have a campus setting. There are some campuses are rural, and then there are some suburban, and then some of the universities are urban, and then some universities are in the city center, and sometimes they are high-rise building. What is new in the 2020 on our guideline? The theme is the University Responsibility for Sustainable Development Goals and World Complex Challenge. This profile section here, we have 4, information on network and partnership, public access to open space, community services, startup for the green community, and all of those belong to the social economic impacts. And of course, we are not counted for scoring by this year, but we just introducing it, and then next year we will add it to our indicators, sub-indicators. What do you get in the UI GreenMetric facts file? And then this is just an example, because we have 6 indicators. In every indicators, you will get what is your position. So let's say here, we have in the setting infrastructure, this university got almost 100% here, but still around maybe 80% here. And then for the S1 on the almost 90%, and some others. And in energy climates, they are very strong, maybe in EC1, and then, but very low in EC8. And of course, in waste as well, maybe here quite strong here. You see the color almost near close to the 18%, 100%, and then in the water maybe almost quite 100% close to. And then in the transportation, almost maybe this example is just there are 5 indicators almost 100%, but there are maybe in TR1, TR2, and TR3 still below than 80%. So, and education result also the similar one. So every universities after submitting their questionnaire, and then they have got the result that are on like this, and we put the the feedback to the university, so the universities can look at their weaknesses and the strongest. And then how many universities participate so far? In 2010, when we developed the UI GreenMetric, only 35 countries and 95 universities, and increasing, I mean, very rapidly. And then now in 2019, almost 85 countries and 780 universities are participate in UI GreenMetric. So I mean, quite. I mean, the way the member is quite increasing substantially. And then what is the statistic of the UI GreenMetric 2019? And we have top universities from Wageningen University, Oxford, University of California, University of Nottingham, and then the 20th is University of Numeric. And of course, I think as the founder, still not in the 20 top universities. We are still also, I mean, struggling to have that, rank, to increase our ranking as well. Not only you and some other universities, but we are all together, I mean, struggling to achieve the top 20 universities. And the faculty members, I mean, participate in the UI GreenMetric around 2 million, and then the students around 18 millions, and then the research more than 10,000, I think 10,000 million, I think in the UI GreenMetric. And there are 2 universities from United Arab Emirates are already participated in our UI GreenMetric. First, in the University of Sharjah, and the world rank is 294, and then American University of Sharjah is 449 rank. You see, and the scores is here for University of Sharjah is 5,475, and then for AU Sharjah around 4,650. And of course, I think we, I mean, encourage all universities can improve, I mean, their situation. And also, we divided into 3 layers of distribution. We call it the gold, and then silver, and then bronze. And then in the gold, even our university is not yet already go in the gold, and then there are 64 universities, around 8%. And then UAE is still not yet. Maybe I hope maybe this year you can participate in the gold as well. And then silver around 326 universities, around 42% of the participant member. And then UAE is, I mean, in the silver layers, and then the bronze around 390 universities, or around 50%. Yeah, University Arab Emirates are in the 3rd layer, bronze medal. This slide talking about the UI Green World University Ranking Networks. Maybe Pak John later on will talk about this a little bit detail. But the aim of this network is sustainable university, sustainable future. Principle is the open, participatory, collaborative, mutual aspect, and we have to achieve a common goal. I think from the openness, participatory, collaborative, mutual aspect, and then we go to the common goal, and we work together. And this is the, I mean, the location where the, I mean, the participation member are existed, and in America, and then Africa, Europe, America around 5 university, in Africa 1, Europe 10, and then Asia 14. This is the not all. It's just, we're just taking some examples in this slide. Okay. This is the national coordinators of the University UAE GreenMetric. You see, I think maybe your photo will be included, already put here. I think Prof. Kamil, because you are coordinating in the United Arab Emirates, and we already put all of the photos of coordinator in this slide. What is the agenda of UAE GreenMetric in 2020? Now we have a workshop in your university, you see, in the 16th, and then we have already 15 agenda already done, and then now we are having a workshop in the University Arab Emirates at the University of Sharjah, and later we will say have three, agenda to be done in the next future. And of course, the 6th international workshop on UAE GreenMetric Universal Ranking 2020 will be held in Sanjan. And of course, because of the pandemic, you see, and we will use the virtual workshop, I think, in the 13 to 15 October next month, I think. And the website is the http IWGM UIACID, and we are welcome university to participate on that date. Because last year we still have a physical workshop, but because of this year of the pandemics, and then we do the virtual workshop. Okay. How do you participate? You can go to our website, http GreenMetric UCID registration page, and then everybody are most welcome. And then this registration page view you can see, and then you can go to our website. And then of course this we already announced the 2019 University GreenMetric Universal Ranking, as I mentioned before. And then this is the university profile. If you become a member, and then you want to submit your questionnaire, and then this is the example of the university profile, and then network partners, PIC, and then of course the questionnaire like setting infrastructure, energy, climate, waste, water, transportation, and education. And you can have to to fill out and then submit it to us. The question, you see, the setting infrastructure is just an example of the questions. You see, and the question, answer, and evidence. And we always asking about the evidence, because the evidence is very important to to support your narration. And then we, of course, the committee, the reviewer can see the evidence and look at the answer, and then make a comment and scoring. Okay, and then of course you have to click another indicators, and there's another example for climate, and then upload evidence. There are two ways to check again your upload evidence: display upload evidence, download upload evidence, and then download. And this is another university startup question. You are going to make a questionnaire, social and economic impacts. It's already mentioned. Just introduction this year, and then maybe we will adding for next year. And also, the question of the universal green spaces, and then this is how to do it. Click the add universal green spaces, community services, and then how to provide the evidence is the very important one. The support to university submission when review by our validators, please observe the following guidance. Evidence is mandatory, I think, except for some question which can be uploaded. And then lack of evidence may result in decline score. A lot of university, put just some, only fill out the questionnaire without any evidence. So will be limited your score. And then all evidence should comply with the template provided in the website link. The link is https://UI GreenMetric evidence 2020. And then evidence could be pictures, graph, tables, data, and etc. Please provide explanation in description section for the pictures submitted. And then please explain also evidence and in English. For each question provided with evidence, the maximum size for evidence is 2 MB. And then please note that you agree to provide your GreenMetric right to use your data in picture as practices, example, and informational purposes. This is how to provide the evidence. This is how to look like the template. You see, you have GreenMetric questionnaire, and then put your university logo, and then fill the data correctly, and then delete this mark. This is an example, and then replace the data and change with your university, and then add some links for an online evidence, and then evidence could be pictures, graph, tables, data, etc. And then provide explanation in description section for the picture submitted, and then explanation for everyone should be in English. And then this is just example. I think you can see in the guidelines. And then click print draft answer. You see answer to be approval from your authority before you submit. And when you fill out this questionnaire, you don't have to do by at once, but you can do, let's say this today, and then the next day, and then after complete it, you can click submit. But before that, just save as a draft. Don't submit it. Before you complete it, don't submit it, because after you submit it, you cannot do the correction or improvement. But before you submit it, please just save as a draft, so you can come back again to your questionnaire, and then do the correction, do the edit, and some etc. And then click save of that, as I mentioned, and then submit it when you already completed and no correction should be made to your questionnaire. And then, of course, for checking, we ask you, are you sure to submit the questionnaire? If you don't, come back again, but you really want to submit, yes, please submit. And then the questionnaire will be submitted to the committee. And then the data submission started in the May until 31st of October. So the last minute of the to submit your questionnaire in the 31st October. So the committee and then reviewer will be validate your questionnaire around from October to November, and then the result will be announced by early December, maybe first or the latest second week of the December. And this is the useful links. I think you can see the link. You can have the methodology. You can get the content. You can get the upload questionnaire and the result. See, and then the network. That's the useful links that you can get access it. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention, and then I give it again to Prof. Abdul Qadir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tommy, for the nice talk and informative information. The next right will have questions and answers for Professor Imad and Professor Tommy. Please, if you have any question, go ahead and ask your question. Any questions, please?
Thank you for the very interesting presentations. My name is Robert Preedy. I'm going to ask a question. I'm just gonna go back to what Professor Imad said at the beginning of his talk with regard to interconnecting with various actors in order to make some of these projections or some of these goals possible. How much of this do you think has to be at the global level rather than at the local level? So in other words, the scale issue. The reason I'm asking is because it seems that increasingly many of the issues that we are discussing today are becoming very much global issues. I mean, if you look at the pandemic, for example, it quickly became a global issue. And now the solution has to be at the global scale. But some of the issues we're raising could have effects that are more detrimental than what we're seeing now. In other words, there are some people who would project that future environmental issues will make the pandemic seem like nothing in comparison. So how do we address these things at the global scale? Thank you.
Professor Ahmad.
Thank you very much, Professor Robert, for your question. Actually, my here answer is that for sure, and we are facing global issues, but at the same time, we have to excel locally first in order to spread this globally. And my answer is that let us first start with whatever we can locally at the university and in the country. And this will be the point of discussion in the open discussion today to see how we can collaborate together locally and next step regionally and globally. So there is priority because we say that if I don't have the thing locally, then I cannot give it to globally. So I need to excel in something here, then I can convey the message to the others globally. This is my opinion about this. But we will have brainstorming and open discussion afternoon after we finish the technical sessions to discuss all these issues.
Thank you, Professor Ahmad. Professor Riaz? Professor Riaz, you have any comment?
No, not related to my presentation, only from Imad.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions, please? More questions, please. So it looks there are no questions.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
Very clear.
Yeah, there's somebody. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I just would like to comment to Mr. Robert Reddy question today. Yes, actually we are facing all the same problem all over the world. Like a few days back, I give keynote speech or the first lecture for all the welcoming new students to a very big university, but in the middle part of Sulawesi, which is in the middle part of Indonesia, which I've never imagined before, that they can use Zoom, they can use YouTube, they can use everything is online and everything's perfect. Everyone is with Instagram and with every student. I can see their faces. They are so enthusiastic in looking into this, knowing that with very limited facilities, people all over the world can absorb those that can help them to pass through this difficult situation. However, there are some places in which, like today, Professor, the Vice Rector Betayeb told us that research that we are doing in the frontiers of the development of knowledge and technology will be something that will change the world. So that we are expecting vaccine everywhere. We are expecting different technology that is going to be implemented and it's quickly can be done by everyone all over the world, but knowing that university is the center of the society and it's the small city which will be the example for the society, I'm sure that we are going to work together to make sure that the capital of knowledge development in each of our area, each of our region will still be there, in which people can meet, between students can learn from big minds like you, meet a distinguished professor, and we can bring them towards to face the new challenges in which by 2050 we have to make sure that we are working with the clean energy all over the world. So yes, Mr. Brady, I'm with you today, knowing that this is global scale, but to make sure that it's coming up to the society in a shortest time, in the shortest manner, we have to collaborate together and ensuring that big processes are being implemented in all our universities. All those nice building, nice facility will be better, and they can learn and put them also in their home and housing. Smart building, smart facility will be there. So yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Riri, for your comment. Any other questions? We have a couple of minutes left. If there are no questions, so we'll conclude this session in this case. And the next one is signing of declaration of membership of UI GreenMetric network. And we are ready for this one.
Yes, actually, I think we have few universities that are interested to join this network. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we have a few universities that are interested to join this network. I will just open the file. I think we have Khalifa University, Al Ain University, Manipal University, or Academy of Higher Education. Also, we have members in these three universities. I think they are ready to sign today, representative from these universities, and the formal signing will be continued later. At the same time, I think American University of Sharjah and Ajman University, they are also interested. I don't know if they will sign now or sign later. So what is the procedure, Professor Riri?
Mr. Junaidi can help with this. Mr. Junaidi, can you? Mr. Junaidi? Yes, normally this is to make sure that we are just to show the interests of all our university to collaborate to implement sustainable development goals. And during the pandemic, normally we have the official events in which we sign the declaration, but because this is online, normally during these last few months, most university already have the signature from their leaders of the university, and then it's being shown here in the slide so that we can announce that we are collaborating. But I'm not sure if Khalifa, Al Ain, and Manipal has already been signing this.
Yes, excuse me, this is Dr. Nazi from Al Ain University.
Yes.
Yes,
please,
no, we did not sign it, but we have been member, but we did not receive the agreement to sign. But as Dr. Ahmad said, yeah, we are ready to sign now, later. It's based on your instructions. I'm not sure about the procedure.
Right. I think Sabrina, can you put that into the chat room so that it can be received there, and maybe Dr. Nazi can also put your WhatsApp number or something in the chat room so that we can later send the form that you can fill in later on.
Okay, no problem.
But thank you very much. We are welcoming you, Professor Nazi Malat from Al Ain University. Very nice university, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
We have a lot of conferences in your university. Yes.
I have a question, Professor Riri.
Yes.
How can we announce our interest in participation in this program, participating in this program?
You're from what university, Mr. Kawaji?
Rochester, Rochester Institute of Technology in
I've been
Dubai.
to Rochester too, in United States, but yeah, you are the one in UAE. Yes, we can also. Sabrina, can you put the file there in the chatting room so that it can be received, and you can email us to greenmetric@ui.ac.id with your university Vice Chancellor name and email address, and you as the Vice PIC of the sustainability in your university, so that we will send you the questionnaire and also the invitation, as well as the username and password, so that you can try. But meanwhile, you can go to the website of GreenMetric .ui.ac.id. If you see that in Google or in YouTube, you can see all the similar events like this to put us together in a network which will change the world. I'm sure about that.
Okay,
because
thank you.
once we work for something, we are learning from each other. Thank you,
Sure,
Professor
thank you
Gali.
very much. Thank you.
So yeah, it's in the chat room. I think yes, this is the guideline and of the questionnaire, and also the interest. We will email you, and if you could email back all of you to greenmetric@ui.ac.id, that will be a great interest for us to work together. And this is the registration page. If you open the group chat, if you can just put temporary name also there, we will send you the questionnaire and the invitation, and also username and password.
Okay.
So please just go to group chat room today. Yeah, and I would like to call Khalifa University's representative, please.
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
please.
just I want to confirm that what mentioned by Dr. Imad, we are interested even to be a member in this network, and we are not quite sure how we can sign the agreement. This is only the point.
Yes. Can you email us your contact number, WhatsApp number, and email address to greenmetric@ui.ac.id now, and we will go through with you for this assign. But knowing that you're already here, meaning that you are part of us, welcome. What's your name again, Professor?
I'm Engineer Bilal Rashid from Khalif University. Yes.
Okay, Bilal, thank you so much. My regards to your university president, because knowing that we know that in most university, if the university president, like today, the chancellor was here, the vice chancellor was here, the university are doing very great in being a leader for the university. For example, Oviedo University in Spain, they lead all the sustainability agenda in the country, and also Bologna University, the oldest university in the Western world, in Italy, they're also chairing the President Union meeting for the sustainability issue. I would like to call also from Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Anybody from Manipal, if you would like to say something in your name?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Dr. Bhakti. I'm a faculty of School of Design and Architecture, and we've been actively involved with Sustainable Campus Initiative with the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, and would like to be part of the GreenMetric. So we want to know, how do we register for it, and what's the process?
Yes. So for those of you, please go to. Yes. Thank you so much, our friend from Manipal University today. Please go to the chat room here and click the registration page here if you have not registered yet. And we will go slowly and go back to you. But those of you who's interested in UI GreenMetric also and would like to do a webinar or something, or any events in your university, please, this is my WhatsApp number. If you can would like to contact me in person, that is in the chatting room. Yeah, would like to make friends everywhere, knowing that connection and collaboration is number one in which we can collaborate in this pandemic. Thank you. And I would like to call American University of Sharjah, even though we got your information. I think you're a member already, right? American University of Sharjah.
Not a member of the network. We have been ranked, but we're not a member of the network. We are, I believe, interested. I'm just waiting to get confirmation from the chancellor on signing it. So we're working on it.
Okay, thank you so much. That Lucy, what's your name again, please?
Rose.
Rose, nice to meet you, Rose. So if you would like to contact me here, this is my number. Yeah, being already signing, submitting your data last year, you already actually the member of our network, because all the participating universities already member. But officially, normally during this kind of meeting, if it's face-to-face meeting, it's more official and formal, and you got the credential of your member together with all of us. So thank you, Rose.
Great.
So look forward for your, yes, look forward to the presentation. Yes. Ajman University, please. Ajman, anybody from Ajman today? Nobody from Ajman?
We have it, Professor Sahra from Ajman University.
Yes, and if you could also put on some information in this registration, and also we will email you if you would like to. Yes, Mr. Ms. Sahar Karufa, I think we will know that if you would like to have the form that you have to fill in, we can send it directly now to you. But
also,
yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Send me all the information. Yeah, you said Miss Sahar Karufa. I'm a professor.
Okay. Oh, you're a professor. Oh, it's
And
the sound. Yeah, Professor Sahar Karufa. Really nice to meet you. And you are from Ajman University, right, Professor Kumar?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So we look forward for the submission of your university this year for the information and data. So your insightful comment also, and we also welcome all of you for our events next month, 13 to 15 of October in Zanjan, Iran. It's going to be conducted with the Zoom meeting also. So then you can see that how we are all working towards the same agenda all over the world. But we would like to learn more from universities in United Arab Emirates.
Also,
Yes, please.
I would like to say that I just received an update. RIT is also interested in being a member and signing the declaration.
Right,
RIT.
yes. RIT,
Register
yeah.
Institute in Dubai. Professor
Yes,
Ghalib.
thank you. Yeah, Professor from Rochester. Yeah, we look forward for that also. If you could send us back the form, will be a great development for us for our collaboration.
Will do. Will do. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, please. So look forward for the submission, please. If you have questions about what is expected and how come you transform your sustainability report yearly, the annual sustainability report to the UI GreenMetric format, you are all welcome to email us. And I'm sure that there are a lot of universities that working for this most important agenda in our lifetime now, knowing that previously we've been working towards against the climate change, but university is in the center of that. So you are all welcome for any questions about the 6 indicators that we have. Setting an infrastructure, you got a very beautiful university, waste management, water management, transportation, green transportation, and then energy and climate change mitigation program in your university, as well as research and teaching of sustainability based courses, and also research and the annual report of your sustainability and activity related to sustainable development goals. We look forward for that. Any other question, please? I would like to welcome all participants. We have 72 now. It's really good. So I would like to say hello from UI GreenMetric. And we welcome all of you to visit our website at GreenMetric at greenmetric.ui.ac.id, and we look forward for your participation. If you would like to say something, we would be very happy, or any comments, or if you have time to look into the websites and just Google or YouTube GreenMetric, and you can see that we are being inspired from Chimborazo mountain back in Ecuador, the highest mountain in the world, and then up to the Taiwan, in which they are working very hard and successfully pass through this pandemic very quickly. They're all working towards the goal of the SDGs, and UI GreenMetric Network are one of the common platform to work together. Welcome. Back to Dr. Imad, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Riri, for this. And I am glad that now we have officially, let's say, or semi-officially, we have 6 new members joining the network. And I think together with your with coordination with GreenMetric, we will do a lot of things soon. And this will be discussed afternoon after the technical sessions. Thank you very much. Now I think we start with the Dr. Shawqi, mediator for the technical session. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Imad. So first of all, I want to welcome everyone to this session 2 of this workshop. This session 2 will be mainly about sustainability practices at some of the universities here at the United Arab Emirates. It will deal mainly about water management, energy and climate change, waste, and environmental sustainable strategies. So we have 4 presentations. Each speaker will have 10 minutes for the presentation, and it will be followed at the end by some questions. So we have 15 minutes for questions. So we start with the first speaker, Dr. Lucy Semerjian. She is from the Department of Environmental Health Science at the University of Sharjah. She's going to talk about the issues and lessons learned from managing the water at the University of Sharjah. So the floor is yours, Dr. Lucy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shawqi. And in my turn, I want to welcome everyone, especially our guests, into University of Sharjah. And I'm very fortunate today to be presenting our best practices and the challenges that we faced and the lessons that we learned from managing water at the University of Sharjah. Of course, this is a joint effort of many as sustainability circle leaders, myself and my colleague, Dr. Mohsen, as well as with all the support of the higher administration, Dr. Imad Siu from the Sustainability Office. Just I will walk you through some introductions to UOS. Of course, this has been done since the morning, and the university's policy, Dr. Imad has already explained the detailed the Sustainability Office and the concept of sustainability circles. So I will be focusing more actually on the water sector. As I said, what challenges we had and what were the proposed as well as the implemented solutions. And we will be concluding with the conclusions. So very briefly, as everybody mentioned, as I said, the university is a very well-established university. It's the largest university in UAE. It's established since 1997 by His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi. It's very diverse in the degrees that it offers. It colleges, existing colleges. It has a big student as well as faculty body. Multicultural, and it is branched into 5 campuses into in the Emirates of Sharjah. So as we said, it's a large university. It has the main campus, and it had a big portion of the main campus actually is planted vegetation. Sustainability Office or policy at UOS in brief, as I said, the main goal is to become or to continue as a leading educational institution regarding sustainable development. The establishment of Sustainability Office in 2017 had a very big role, and it's operated by sustainability circles, 30 as mentioned by Prof. Imad, tackling the different themes or the different aspects of sustainable development on campus. The structure, I will not go much because again, it was discussed, but just keep in mind that we're working on the concept of quality circle, again, as explained previously. There are 30 circles coming to a specific for the water. We have 2 circles tackling the water theme from all its aspects, mainly the water resource management, as well as water quality, water science, and water technology. So these are the circles. My focus will be on the water category, as I mentioned. So when we look into the campus, how the campus is using water, we can classify it into 2 ways. It is either potable use or non-potable use. The potable use is, as we all know, it's for hygienic purposes, as well as in some instances, it is used for drinking, so cleaning, washing, and so on. And the source of it is mostly desalinated water, whereas the non-potable water usage on campus is mostly to irrigate the vast green spaces that exist on campus. And for this purpose, mostly treated wastewater is used or groundwater resources. So stakeholder-wise, for water, we are 3 main stakeholders: the SIWA, or the Sharjah Electricity and Water Authority, which is the main supplier of the potable water into the campus. The University City Services, which are responsible for the treatment of wastewater and pumping it back into the campus, and as users, the University of Sharjah. Of course, the challenges that I will mention today are not specific only to our university. This is something common on the country level. Being in a hot or arid climate location, of course, the water demand is high, and we have some restrictions to be able to harvest, let's say, water from other resources, specifically from rainwater. Water is a rare resource. Water is a precious resource in here because lots of effort is put into it to turn it into potable water. And another challenge is always to work hard to keep the water for its intended use, so we don't lose this precious resource either in terms of quantity or quality. So some of the applications or some of the solutions that University of Sharjah has implemented and is implementing, it's all in process, of course, is to look into options to use technology or innovation or initiative where to optimize the potable water use, to optimize the irrigation water use, as well as much as possible to safeguard the water quality so that we can overcome the challenges that we just mentioned. Also, other applications that are implemented are the reuse of gray water on campus and for some pilot projects, as well as the vast use of recycled treated wastewater, especially as I mentioned previously for irrigating our green spaces. And apart from all these technology and maintenance and infrastructure initiatives, of course, we also work on the educational and on the awareness edge as well by coming up with campaigns, initiatives, and promoting environmental education through all our colleges and all our research activities. I'll just, in the coming few slides, I'll show you exactly how these technologies are being implemented on campus. So specifically for potable use, the UOS is moving towards more water efficient devices where possible, where applicable. All the conventional water devices are being replaced by more efficient accessories in terms of taps, nozzles, washing cabinets, and so on. So you can see in this table that up to date, almost 53% of such devices have been changed from conventional devices to water-saving devices. And as I said, this is ongoing, of course, with the throughout the years, the percentages are expected to increase. Talking about non-potable water, so irrigation mostly of the green spaces. So here the optimization was mostly first in two ways. The most important is that we're not using like potable water for this purposes. All green spaces are actually irrigated by treated wastewater. So this is a big saving, of course, of water. And also it means that we're keeping potable water for its intended use, as well as by adopting more smart or more efficient, again, water efficient irrigation systems, namely drip irrigation, for instance, as you can see in these pictures that are taken on campus, or sprinkler systems. So this is for irrigation. This map shows you, this is the sustainability map of the campus, highlighting the main campus. Here, it's worth to mention from the point of water view that you can see that all these green spaces that are shown here have this recycled sign. It means that they are being irrigated with wastewater, with treated wastewater, of course. And in the map, you can also see other sustainability features not necessarily related to water. The third point, or the third solution technology-wise, was to keep, as I said, the water for its intended use. So in other terms, to safeguard water quality. And this is important for water sustainability, to attain sustainability, to conserve water, but as well as in public health protection, of course. So the university is very keen to run a good maintenance program throughout the campus water supply, including the water storage tanks. So these are regularly cleaned, and you can see here some photos also coming from the physical plant unit at the university, where tanks are regularly cleaned and they have a scheduled water quality monitoring system and schedule so that they keep an eye on the water quality. Reuse of gray water, of course, as you know, gray water is all water coming out of the house or facility, except the black water that comes from the exact toilets. So this has a potential to be treated and reused for specific applications. And this is what the university is doing on a pilot project in specific places to encourage the multiple use of water and turn the gray water into grade that it can be reused at least for toilet flushing purposes. Then we have, as I mentioned before, all lands or all green spaces are irrigated by treated wastewater. So we're using wastewater as a resource than as a rather than as a waste product. So wastewater is treated by the university city services, and it's pumped back into the campus to irrigate the green surfaces. As I mentioned, also, other than the technology, innovation, and these kind of initiatives, we focus on education, whether formally or informally, whether on campus, off campus, and in any form we can achieve it. So there are many events, and I'm sure it was detailed previously in Professor Mammar's presentation, as well as Prof. Imad's presentation. So the Sustainability Office already launched the Sustainability Awareness Year, and this year, and different units and different departments in collaboration with the Sustainability Office celebrate different environmental events such as the World Water Day, Earth Hour, and so on, and promote different services along on campus to promote water sustainability or generally environmental sustainability. In a more formal education way, of course, again, this was mentioned that we have lots of sustainability, numerous sustainability related courses, and it spans through different colleges. So it's not only related to colleges that really deal with the environment and sustainability. Again, numerous research papers related to sustainability. Many programs that tackle environmental protection or sustainability development at the undergraduate level. And we are very glad to introduce also two new graduate programs that also have an edge, will have a big edge into sustainable education and environmental education as well. So these are possible ways to promote and boost water sustainability, as I said, or in general environmental sustainability. In summary, of course, all of this is not possible to be achieved. We are glad with what we have achieved, but the journey still goes on. There was no way to achieve all of this if we don't get support from the higher administration to carry all these operations, as well as the role of the Sustainability Office and the circles have proved to be very vital to identify the challenges and work towards their solution. As we said, the university is thinking of more unconventional approaches, being in arid region where we cannot apply the usual approaches of water saving. And we're glad to share with you that these initiatives actually, they were successful and they translated into good achievement, very good achievement in world rankings, as well as country rankings for the university in general and for the water theme in specific. I think this much from my end. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll pass the floor back to Dr. Shawi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arusi. This is a very good example of sustainability practices, I think, especially for this team or this circle here at the University of Sharjah. It shows clearly how they moved in 2017 from 400 or so for ranking to 35. This is an excellent job done by this team, I think, the water circle. So now we're going to move to the second presentation. I think second presentation is from Engineer Bilal Irshad, is the Environment, Health and Safety Manager at Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi. He's going to talk about sustainability initiative at Khalifa University. Engineer Bilal, the floor is yours.
So I'm gonna just I'm looking for how to upload my presentation. Sorry for.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the desktop, it's I'm not quite sure how to just upload my Zoom. It's not, I'm well oriented with, but there is a screen showing sustainable initiatives from mine.
Engineer Bilal, there is an icon. Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's fine. It takes
It's
time.
coming, yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
You are able now to see the screen?
Yes.
You saw the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for being late to just upload my presentation. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Khalifa University of Science and Technology, I would like to thank you for the initiatives and being a part of this workshop. I'm glad to be here today and sharing our journey even. It's a sustainability journey at Khalifa University. When I started preparing for this presentation, I was reminded by our colleagues in different departments because it's a teamwork that there is a good news that Khalifa University has completed the second assessment, second stage of audit 50,001 for the energy management system. That was a few days back, and we passed with a few only findings to be certified by the environment management system. And it's not easy certification to gain in the high institutions. So we will discuss the initiative that what we believe we have done since 2012. And as we believe that the small steps can be lead to a big changes. Khalifa University, let me go one step back and talk about Khalifa University. Khalifa University of Science and Technology has 3 campuses, a main campus. And if you can just see that this is the main campus on the screen, and 2 satellite campuses in Ras Al Nakhl and Masdar City. The campus includes over 430,000 square meter built up area and over 20,000 square meter of dedicated laboratories and research space, 16 dedicated research center exploring a diverse range of energy, water, aerospace, and information and communication technology challenges, and over 228 state-of-art laboratories investigating subjects ranging from artificial intelligence and robotics to clean energy, hydrocarbon, and space. There are 3 major demonstration facilities for solar energy, sustainable buildings, and bioenergy. And we have a multicultural environment with a vibrant and rich student life. And higher education entities, other entities, they are a large user of energy and water with annual cost of around approximately 22 million of energy and 4 million of water. The building temperature adjusted were initiated in 2000. This is the initiative in 2014, and the temperature was adjusted in all offices as per ASHRAE standard 55. And the facility management system team, security, housekeeping staff were even supporting our initiative supporting us to reduce the energy consumption by adjusting the set point of AC when offices or compartments are not occupied. The real-time data system has been even installed. It is a multi-channel energy meter and sensing system combined with a processing facility designed to gather, summarize, store, and transmit energy-related information to web-based server, for presentation and analysis. In fact, it offers a truly integrated ecosystem for energy monitoring and efficiency, identifying invisible energy waste and eliminating cost by manage their usage. As soon these will be integrated with advanced monitoring system featured on ESRI ArcGIS software, and the products products will be accessible for all CREO community from mobile and from home. We call it a campus energy map, and it's interactive. We can see live all of the data and information. The third project, energy audit and surveys conducted to collect data in all lighting, equipment, machine to define the significant consumption based on the data collected and the plan established in phases. The first phase was replacement of all conventional existing lighting in main campus, and that compact, as you know, the old campus was CFL lighting converted with, replaced with LED fittings and energy saving calculated around 3,000 kilowatt per year. And the payback period for that even a project was 16 months, and the return of investment was around 82%. And I can say that it's a true win-win solution for that phase. In the second phase, we replace a sensor lighting. We call it a dimmers, day lighting, even sensors for the floodlights around the campus. And we purchased merely an emergency efficiency, even appliance. It was a policy. We raised a policy with the procurement department for purchasing the energy efficient appliance to be ranked or rated by a number 4 rate and above. Window and door frame, foam rubber sealed to stop all the escaping or coming in air. And this was supported by the facilities management. There are even additional extra intangible saving and not measurable behind all of that. What we have done, for example, it was on manpower in terms of maintenance, HVAC, even AC. HVAC units load since the LED do not have heat generation. And the facility management has established a strategic plan to conserve our resources over the 5 years and increase the efficiency of water. The actions have been taken, and I will just present a few of these actions. For example, water flow reducer razor for the taps being installed, and replace the manual tab with the operation through the sensor tab. As we can just see in the slide, we change all the push button activated self-closing even wash basin mixers with the sensor infrared electronic sensors or mixers, around 188 in main campus. And this, it will be the second phase, we will change it on the Sun campus. A drip irrigation system for tree and shrubs in the garden as well. Waste management, this project was in 2012 and continued for waste management, segregation and recycling. For listed waste, it's not limited to what just we present paper, for example, glass, cardboard, carton, batteries, toners, being even done, and all of these by non-profitable partners collecting and segregating that waste. And we have a report on monthly basis we submit even to the management. Organic waste was the second even stage for waste management. That project initiated in 2017, composting the organic waste generated in Sun campus. An additional unit in a plant is planned to be purchased for the main campus this year. The produced composts were even utilized as fertilizer for the landscaping. Increasing the green cover has been even increased to include a wider area. On other hand, you know, we are struggling to reduce even water consumption, but a proper even selection for planting, there is a plan being implemented. Planting type, for example, tree, palms, shrubs, lawn grass, all of these, there is a standard we followed for selecting that plant before planting. So based on daily water even demand, we calculate the flow per plant and the emitter per plant as well square meter. And this is the way how we do the calculation and selecting the plant. Lastly, encouraging the public even transportation. In our campus, Sun campus, it's a huge campus. It's in a space, and the staff struggling when they are moving between the campuses. So the shuttle bus service have been suspended after coordinating to provide the public transportation on Sun campus. And recently we introduced a new mobility service. We call it an autonomous shuttle bus for 12 passengers for different point of interest and fixed route from the main gate to the admin building. It might be even an increase in the future. This also for the research purpose when it was brought to the campus. Awareness session, it's an ongoing effort. We have several awareness campaign, events, and we usually share with all of the global and national events related to the sustainability. Just to say that the secret of getting ahead and getting started by breaking the complex overwhelming task into small middle tasks, and then starting on the first one step by step. And that's what happened in Khalifa University. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Bilal. Thank you also for sharing all this sustainability initiative at Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi. Now we're going to move to the presentation, the third presentation by Professor Ghalib Kahwaji. Sorry about that. Kahwaji is from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Rochester Institute of Technology in Dubai. He's going to talk about the issues and lessons learned from managing the waste and recycling at the Rochester Institute of Technology. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for hosting us and allowing us to present our experience at Rochester Institute of Technology, Dubai, about our sustainability efforts and especially on waste management at RIT Dubai. This presentation is prepared by myself and by my colleague Adolphe from the Mechanical Engineering Department. So we'll be talking about the sustainability, we'll be talking about waste management, and we'll be talking about the DSOA, the Dubai Silicon Oasis Authority strategies, big picture, because RIT Dubai is part of the Dubai Silicon Oasis for information, and we kind of go hand in hand in all our strategies in many fronts. Well, to start with, RIT Dubai was established in 2008 as part of the global initiative of RIT Rochester. So RIT Rochester runs 4 different global campuses in Dubai, in Kosovo, in Croatia, and in China. So this is like the big picture. RIT Rochester, of course, is a very old university, more than 180 years old university. And it's very strong on sustainability. For information, RIT Rochester houses the Golisano Institute of Sustainability, which is the second, one of 2 big institutes in the US, one in Rochester, one in Arizona State University. And the Golisano Institute of Sustainability employs over 130 researchers, PhD researchers, and it houses sustainability labs that contains equipment that it's worth more than $70 million. It's one of the biggest there. RIT Dubai here is very proactive on sustainability measures, and we are very heavy on sustainability and sustainability related programs, smart cities, and future foresight. So we are partners with the government of Dubai on the smart Dubai government, and we've developed so many programs for them on that front. The campus that we occupy now, we moved into this campus in 2009. And at that time, the campus was designed at the level of LEED Silver, in terms of sustainability and energy efficiency. However, the management, RIT management and DSOA management decided to take that one further step. So in 2014, we were able to certify the campus at the platinum level, which is the highest LEED certification level in sustainability and energy efficiency. So I think that says it all. To work from a campus that is LEED Platinum certified says it all about the commitment to sustainability. When it comes to our programs, among the many programs that we have, I'm just going to concentrate on sustainability. We have a master's in sustainability and energy efficiency that's connected with the mechanical engineering program. We have a master's in city sciences, smart city sciences, and this is a unique program in the whole region, I guess, developed specifically for Smart Dubai, and it has been running for about 4 years now. Graduated many cohorts, 6 or 7 cohorts so far. We also have a focus area in sustainability through our mechanical engineering program, the BS in mechanical engineering program. Many courses that we have related to sustainability, and I just have here listed a couple of them. We have fundamentals of sustainable engineering, life cycle assessment, sustainable energy management, and many other courses that are related to sustainability, and they are included in the mechanical and industrial engineering programs. RIT Dubai have won a sponsorship from DEWA to establish a smart energy lab, which we are working on now. We've already acquired the equipment, and this is more than about $1.5 million lab. We also have the digital transformation lab that works hands in hand with the sustainability and digital transformation. Again, this is done with the ICT. With lots of research in the area, we do research in solar PV systems, we do research in geothermal energy, especially applying geothermal to optimizing the work and the work of large-scale chillers in air conditioning. We do wind energy research in collaboration with the Korean Marine University in Busan. We do energy efficiency research as well, lots of them. And in terms of the quality of research, I just want to say that over the last 5 years, we had so many finalists in the MENA Green Building Council Awards, and we have won the Excellent Research Award. Our students have won the Excellent Research Award for 2 times over the last 5 years. So that says a little bit about our curriculum and the commitment to sustainability. Also, last year, our students, we have a team of students who are representing the UAE and the whole Middle East, actually, in the Monaco Solar Energy Challenge, boat challenge. So this competition was supposed to run last June, but due to the pandemic, it was postponed. So it's going to run in June of 2021. So we have a team that have already designed a solar driven boat, which is shown right here. And this is done in collaboration with, also sponsored by DIWA and many other entities here. So we will be representing the UAE in that. So that's again one more work in the area of sustainability and renewable energy. When it comes to waste management, again, as I said, RIT campus is part of DSO initiative. So we're part of the big picture of DSO. So and as a LEED Platinum certified campus, we have a full-fledged recycling equipment. And you can see here, these are waste management for large-scale collection, small-scale collection. These bins are distributed all over the campus, where we do all kinds of recycling on campus. These are the small ones, again, in different places. It's installed in different places. We also do waste management for paper. So we have stations like these installed in all faculty suites and in student services areas, where we collect paper shredded just to make sure that it's a security issue. So we have those installed all over the campus. And we have a contractor who will come and collect all those papers, shredded papers, for recycling. So that's another special issue or a special tool for recycling paper and paper material. The campus also, I just forgive me for not having lots of photos here, because this was done, quickly. The campus also houses a gray water recycling system. The gray water is collected and used in two applications. One is for toilet flushing, and we also take that into one step further, where we do reverse osmosis and use the recycled water in our cooling towers, for the chillers of the building. We also have a stormwater harvesting system that is connected again with the gray water recycling system, where we boost that water, and we also use it for toilet flushing and for the cooling tower water. This is some data for the collection, waste collection and waste recycling for the Technopoint, which is, the Technopoint is the nickname for our campus in DSO. So you can see the waste collection here, the progress of waste collection with time starting from 2014 till 2020. Here, these are the anticipated numbers so far. So you can see the numbers here. It's almost more than doubled, you know, and these are kilograms per year. And you see here also this is the recyclable waste and this is the waste collection. So there is a great percentage of the recyclable waste that is being collected and being treated, you know, in the campus, on campus, which is very good, I guess. Now, very soon we are going to be moving to our new campus at DSO as well. Actually, we should have been in our new campus, but the pandemic delayed us a little bit. So we will be, hopefully, we'll be there in November. This is our new campus at DSO. It's a big and nice campus. And it is going to be a smart campus. It's going to be sustainable and connected campus. And all kinds of sustainability issues are already embedded in this campus, including a 2 megawatt solar system that is going to cover a great portion of the energy requirement of the campus. And right here, you see, this is the innovation center that's going to be open for the community. It's an open innovation center that we are inviting everybody to participate in, and we have already partners there, including Dubai Police and DEWA and Dubai Municipality and others. And now, when it comes to recycling at the Dubai Silicon Oasis, like I said, we have, again, the same recycling measures are there, including shredding of plastic bottles. This is a new initiative that was introduced, and also including food recycling management as well for DSO. These are shots from the recycling facility at DSO, where all the material, you know, all the waste, solid waste collected is segregated and packed and recycled to different users or different recycling stations later on. This is the recycle. There is a big awareness campaign also run by DSO, and again, RIT is part of that campaign to raise awareness among the community. And in that, we've involved so far more than 1,000 kids from schools around the community, and we have selected 50 champions so far, sustainability and waste management champions. These are some of the, like I said, the smart reverse vending machine that is being distributed also in different places, including the campus, RIT campus. And to conclude with, these are some of the awards that this recycling program have won in the UAE. So lots of activities, and that reflects our commitment to waste management here. Thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Professor Ghalib Kahwaji, for the presentation and for sharing this best sustainability practices for managing the waste for recycling at the Rochester Institute of Technology in Dubai. So we'll move to the last but not least presentation by Dr. Naima Al-Husani and Dr. Robert Brady from the Department of Geography and Urban Sustainability. This is in United Arab Emirates University. The title is about promoting environmentally sustainable strategies at the United Arab Emirates University, the adoption of green campus practices. Dr. Naima, the floor is yours, or Dr. Robert.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my I hope that works. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yeah, it's working. That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, so thank you again for this sessions and for organizing the workshop. I've really enjoyed the sessions that I've heard so far, so many thanks. Dr. Naima is not here today, so I will be presenting. But just to introduce the topic, really what we tried to do is promote some kind of research initiative that's related to environmental sustainability on our campus. And we worked with a few students and tried to develop a club which not only helps students become more aware of environmental issues around the campus, but as well as getting them engaged in some form of research. So you're going to see some of that in this presentation. So it's much more small scale than some of the presentations that have been put forth so far. But what we wanted to do is get students as involved as possible in these types of initiatives. Begin with the Environment Agency in Abu Dhabi, together with Borouge in 2013, targeted university students in Abu Dhabi ages 19 to 25 with the launch of a new program which they called Sustainable Campus Initiative. And our university decided to become involved in this initiative. And obviously it was Dr. Naima's efforts that got us started. And then I jumped on board later on when I started at the university. So the aim of the SCI is to educate university students about environmental issues such as water conservation and energy and empower them to address them. Another aim is to reach university students who can act as powerful leaders of positive environmental change in society and who can empower those around them to find creative ways to reduce the ecological footprint of the campus. So we began to think about different ways that we can do this. And one of the ways that Dr. Naima and other colleagues came up with was to begin a club, an eco club. And it's a club that's mostly based on the aim of providing the university community, at the very least, with different initiatives in terms of environmental sustainability, as well as going beyond the university in terms of getting involved in different types of initiatives such as workshops. And we've gone to several workshops with the students, as well as conferences. Students have been involved in conferences. And of course, this is backed by some form of research. So we've tried to in a sense, kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, raise awareness, and on the other hand, provide students with practical tools that they can use in terms of researching these issues. And I'm going to show you one of the things that we did just as an example in terms of the research. Through the SCI, participating universities and colleges are required to establish environmental clubs, as well as other initiatives that promote sustainable policies and practices. Currently, the UAE has an environmental club, and this is, of course, the club that I mentioned to you. We have quite a few students involved in the club, and it ranges in the number depending on the year, but we have well over 15 students that are involved. So what do these eco clubs do? Well, they're responsible for conducting green audits. And we did a green audit, and I'm going to show you some of the results of it. And providing students with the opportunity to promote sustainability in their community, present local efforts in regional and international forums, and actively volunteer to get hands-on experience in preserving the environment. So these are kind of the main goals of the Eco Club. And depending on the student, what we found is having multiplicity of goals is important because some students are not very comfortable with certain aspects of reaching out to the community. We have some students that are very good at communicating, and when we do something like a sustainability fair, they're the ones who are upfront. They're willing to talk to people. They're willing to discuss issues. We have other students who are not as interested in engaging people. So they're more interested in perhaps helping us collect data and doing some work behind the scenes that doesn't require as much involvement. We have other students who are much more interested in engaging with government institutions. So some of them are willing to join us when we used to go down to the Abu Dhabi Environment Agency, but we haven't done that for a while, obviously. But we had students who would join us on these types of excursions where we are discussing openly with stakeholders about different types of initiatives that can be done at the level of the university. The other thing that the eco clubs do is they support health, safety, and the environment, educational activities that improve the well-being of the community and highlight the role of establishing practical solutions to addressing major global challenges such as climate change, food protection, water, energy, and healthcare. So one of the things we have done is encourage students to start publishing their work. I mean, one of the ways you can increase the knowledge and certainly the awareness is through publications. And given that this is an academic institution, this is one of the ways that we promote students to engage in. The EAD extends its efforts to the universities not only to increase their active involvement in environmental issues, but also to enhance their knowledge of the petrochemical and plastic industry in Abu Dhabi. So we wanted to focus on certain industries. Obviously, as you can see through some of the presentations, this is such a complex field with many, many different areas that can be focused on. So what we're trying to do is focus on things like petrochemical as well as plastics, which we have identified as being key industries in Abu Dhabi, and this is with the help of the Environment Agency. So our students will mostly focus on these areas, you know, and as kind of the key areas, not to the extent that we ignore all the other areas, but these are the kind of areas that we're going to be focusing on. So let me just give you an example. Our students have been in a big project, which Dr. Naima and I did, where we surveyed a little over 5,000 people. This is prior to the pandemic. We surveyed literally 5,400 people across the entire UAE, focusing on different emirates and looking at attitudes and perceptions of people living in the United Arab Emirates with regard to alternative forms of transport and thinking of ways of reducing carbon dioxide emissions. And we had well over 12 students involved in this project who were helping us interview people in malls, interview people, their families, and interview as many people as possible. And so this is one of the ways that we've tried to address the issue. And I know that there are different ways of addressing these, but given our own academic background, we figured one of the things that would be good is to get students' hands involved right in the research with us, as well as helping us with things like doing the literature review and getting engaged in different aspects. And of course, we set it up in such a way that they get some form of credit. So they're involved in a lot of different academic type activities, everything from workshops to conferences, to doing research, to interviewing, and so on and so forth. There are other partners that support this initiative, including the UAE Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, the Higher Education Department at ADEC, the Abu Dhabi Water and Electricity Authority, the Abu Dhabi Distribution Company, and the Center for Waste Management, Abu Dhabi. We haven't visited all of these, but we have been involved with the Ministry of Education, for example. Dr. Naima has also done work on reviewing the UAE curriculum to identify where and what is being taught about environmental sustainability within the curriculum. What we found from one of our research projects is that younger people are A, much more flexible in terms of changing behavior, and B, much more educated than the previous generation with regard to environmentally sustainable issues. So this has happened mostly through the education system. I mean, we all know that our kids have learned a lot more about environmental sustainability than we did when we were in school. So these types of initiatives have a very powerful impact. And our study very clearly showed that young people tend to be much more flexible in terms of the kind of choices they make, as well as their desire to make changes in the future. There are other supporters like the South Asia Youth Environment Network and the Australian Youth Climate Association. So we're trying to connect our students with some of these networks that are outside of our university. Our study that we did, I'm just giving you an example here, is to assess the built environment on campus, including water, electricity consumption. We've done other studies, but I'm giving you an example, and I have some of the findings here. And to find some solutions that can reduce the percentage of consumption to stimulate sustainable development on the campus. The UAE campus contains a green area that includes various types of trees, shrubs, and grass. And we've seen a lot of birds and insects, a few mammals such as cats. And the campus is building a new garden project to enhance the environment. So there are different things being done on our campus. It's a rather large campus, 1,626,000 meters squared. And we have 13,000 students, about 1,000 faculty, about 1,000 employees, so about 15,000 altogether. And obviously, during this period, the campus is virtually empty. But when we were doing the study, that obviously was not the case. So to some degree, the study has been put on hold, and we've collected the data We've come up with some recommendations, but we haven't been able to dig in as deep as we would like. So there's a sense in which we're on hold right now with the study. But what I've done here is give you an example of some of the ways that we approach these studies. I'm not going to go through every step, but you can see that we help the students begin by reviewing the literature, and our students become quite aware of what's happening with other initiatives around the world. I mean, there are a lot of green campus types of initiatives around the world, and through reviewing the literature, we get a lot of ideas about what other universities are doing. So one of the things we wanted to do is quantify, for example, carbon dioxide emissions of different types that are related to faculty, staff, and students. In other words, what is our CO2 emission footprint here at the university? I don't know how other universities operate in the UAE, but the UAE in particular brings many students from all over the Emirates to the university. So the transportation aspect is quite significant. We have buses, and they're not small buses, they're the large charter type buses that bring students to the university, take students home, and this is done on a daily and weekly basis. So our carbon dioxide footprint from emissions is quite high, but we wanted to quantify it. We designed and implemented a study that gathers information not covered in previous inventories. So if you want to get information about our university, there's quite a bit of information, but some information is not available. And that's why we're focusing on this specific area. So here you see us say, calculate the CO2, for example, associated with out-of-state or international student travel. How often do people go out of state or internationally, shouldn't say out of state, but out of Emirate, and have round trips coming back home. Many of our faculty and many people who work for the university are involved in trips that go away from the university and back to the university, given the fact that many people that work at the university are expatriates. Again, this is unique in the sense that our carbon dioxide footprint is increased because of the structure of the working environment where many people come in to work from out of the country. And then the third part, I'm not going to get into these in great detail, but I'm just trying to give you the idea. The third part is to identify policy changes or institutional approaches that minimize air travel and low benefit to carbon costs. So again, this is sort of an idea of the steps that we go through with the students to come up with this. We do have some data here about things like water consumption, energy consumption, as well as the area, the number of plants and trees. This is, again, data that's available in our university. So what we're trying to do is add to this data to enhance the current available information. Again, we have things like information with regard to the cost of monthly consumption of water. One of the initiatives here is to reduce the consumption of water. Again, you'll notice that the cost of sourcing water is in the neighborhood of 200,000 AED. The treatment of water is in the neighborhood of 45,000 AED. and the transportation of water is in the neighborhood of 59,100 AED. One of the things that concerned us about this particular issue, the issue of water, is the transportation of water. Many of our students, including staff, faculty, I'm not just picking on students, will often use bottled water in the university system. I don't know if that's the case in your universities, but again, that has to be transported. We would like to begin an initiative to move away from bottled water and have people bring in their own bottles with water in them. And I think attacking this area would be a very good way to reduce the transportation of water and again, reduce the carbon footprint of the university. But that's a project that we haven't even discussed yet. So here's the water consumption. Here's how it's split up. You can see that drinking, obviously, at the university is the one that consumes the most amount of water. Again, because the drinking is related to the transportation, we think if we can convince people to bring their own water rather than using the university water, it would reduce the impact of not only plastic waste, but also of transporting the water.
Robert, you have 1 minute maybe to finish here. Thank you.
Quantity of wastewater used for irrigation as well as other, and then campus land use, the way the campus is used, and issues related to biodiversity. Again, there are all kinds of initiatives in our university, including building a green area. Green areas are very important for our university. If you come to the university, you'll notice that they've put a lot of emphasis on green areas. But I'll move along here because I discussed some of these things. Again, this is what we've done here basically is collect information about our university, and we're looking to assess it and then add our own information, including CO2 generation per month, but trying to identify the key areas. So the key area we think is transportation, whether we're transporting students or transporting water. The issue that we want to tackle is transportation. Okay, I'll just come to the end. We've also talked a lot about sustainable practices. There are other initiatives that we want to focus on. Obviously, water and electricity conservation is important, but there's also the issue of chemical management. For example, the type of chemicals that are being used around the university, both in terms of the chemicals used for plants as well as the chemical used for the cleaning of the universities. There are alternative ways now that are being suggested within the literature of not only reducing the number of chemicals, because ultimately these chemicals end up in our oceans and have a huge effect on the marine systems. So we're looking at alternative uses of chemicals. There are much more biologically safe chemicals to use both for cleaning as well as for plants in terms of fertilization. Development of sustainable work policies as well as hosting a sustainable fair. So these are some of the things that we're focusing on doing in the next little while. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robert, for sharing this information, the green compass practices in United Arab Emirates University. Since we are behind the schedule, we'll take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the participants for our 4 speakers. Please ask questions if you have any questions about the 4 topics: energy, waste, water, and green compass practices. Questions? Go ahead, Dr. Iyad, you want to ask a question? We cannot hear you. So, yeah. Yeah.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, barely.
Mr. Robert, thank you for your talk. Among the finding about awareness of environment sustainability issues, you find the younger generations are more aware. What do you mean by young? How you define young or distinguish young from old? Is there a sharp or a definition for that?
Okay, thank you for that question. Yes. So what we did is we disaggregated the younger group from the group that's just older than it. So what we noticed is whenever we saw any kind of research being done on attitudes with regard to sustainable transport, they would normally start at the age of around 19, and they would put the first group between 19 to around, 25. What we decided to do is to go lower than 19 and start as low as 15, where students are actually not driving yet, but looking to drive. And what we found is as soon as we went and split up that group and tried to, rather than start at the younger group being 19, start at 15 and go up to 19, we found that that group differed quite a bit more than the group from 20 to 25. And the reason we believe is, once you reach a certain age, your decisions are practically made, especially about what you're going to drive. So the targeting of the industry has been mostly for people who are already driving. So the industry wants to convince you to change from, let's say, a vehicle that uses petroleum to a vehicle that uses electricity. But we think that if they target that younger generation, they will actually not even think about purchasing a petroleum-based vehicle. They would maybe think about purchasing an alternative type of vehicle, which is much more sustainable, much more sustainable for the environment. So that's the main finding of the study, and that's what I mean by younger. So we did start with younger people who are actually not really doing very much right now in terms of being consumers, but they are going to ultimately become consumers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Other questions? I have a question maybe for Professor Ghalib Qawaji. I think you mentioned the competition for Monaco for the boats. I would like to know what type of renewable energy system they are using, because if you are using solar PV, you don't have enough space to install solar PV in the boat. Are you using another energy?
Yeah, I'm glad to answer that. So the competition has a long list of rules that you have to follow, the competitors have to follow. So solar energy is one component. So the main idea is to have a limited amount of energy on the boat at the onset of the race. So in this case, it's 5 kilowatt hour of energy in any form, whether it is stored energy in batteries, fuel, hydrogen, whatever. Mm-hmm. So this is the key element here. After that, whatever you do on the boat is up to you. So that solar part, solar PV part, is an extra element that can be utilized while doing the race to extend the race duration, to extend the available energy that we have. So we start with that. So we have a number of means of power generation there. So we have hydrogen cells, we have thermoelectric generation also. So a number of means, plus batteries, of course. So there is a mix of energy on the boat where the students are going to building a control program to optimize and try to win the race.
Thank you so much. Other questions? Okay, so we're going to stop here. I just want to take this opportunity to thank our 4 speakers for the presentation about the best practices, respect to energy, water, waste, and sustainability practices here at UAE University. And now we're going to move to the next session number 3, about managing education, transportation, setting, and infrastructure in UAE. Okay, so the floor is yours, Professor Imad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shawqi, for leading this session. And thanks a lot for all the speakers. Actually, I enjoyed, and I'm sure that we benefit from all the presentations and the discussion. And I think we are sharing these experiences for the benefit of everybody. Now we start with our next session, and I leave the floor for Dr. Iyad Al-Qasir. Please, Dr. Iyad.
Thank you, Professor Imad. It is my pleasure to moderate this session, where inshallah we will listen to 3 speakers who will talk about education, transportation, as well as setting and infrastructure from the point of view of sustainability. Our first speaker in this session is Ms. Rose Hither from American University of Sharjah. Ms. Rose joined American University of Sharjah in 2017 as a training and development consultant. 1 year later, she became the head of the sustainability, where she is working with the students, faculty, and staff to increase awareness of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and change behaviors within American University of Sharjah and in the United Arab Emirates community. Ms. Rose has a Master of Community and Regional Planning from University of Oregon and BA degree in Geography and Botany from University of Texas. Today, she will talk about issues and lessons learned from managing education and research at American University of Sharjah. Ms. Rose, please, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. I am sharing my screen, and hopefully that will start to show up. Okay, so hi, my name is Rose Armour. Thank you very much for that introduction. I am, again, as you said, with American University of Sharjah. Are you seeing the notes page, or are you seeing the full screen?
It's the full screen.
Fantastic, thank you. So I wanted to start with a quick overview of the university. American University of Sharjah is a independent, non-profit co-educational institution. We are modeled after the American liberal arts education, and we look at that with, we focus on liberal arts and professional education studies. In thinking about the overview, I've kind of covered 3 different topics here. The built environment. AUS's campus is about 128 hectares, and we have 160,000 square meters of academic buildings. So that does not include our 18 male and female dorms or the over 400 faculty housing that we have on campus. That's just the academic footprint. For students, for the last academic year, 19 to 20, we had almost 4,700 undergraduate students. We had about 400 graduate students. AUS has 4 colleges or schools. We have the College of Arts and Science, the College of Engineering, the School of Business, and the Architecture, Arts, and Design College.
And our students represent 89 nationalities. So we are one of the, based on the ranking of the Times Higher Education, we're one of the most diverse universities in the world. For faculty and staff, we have, last year we had almost 360 faculty, of which 82% of those faculty had their PhDs, and they range from 49 nationalities. And then we have almost 1,000 staff. We have 930 staff. So that'll give you, kind of gives you a bit of an overview of AUS. So thinking about how AUS looks at the academics, the research, and the engagement of students, and trying to integrate sustainability into that. As many of you know, university courses all have learning outcomes, and this is one of the ways that we measure sustainability at the university, or how we're working in the classroom. So most classes have 3 to 5 learning outcomes, and for those of you that aren't familiar with a learning outcome, it's a statement that says what a student will be able to do upon completion of the class. So that's how our office, our goal is, from the AUS Sustainability Office, our goal is to, is for all of our students and graduate with a sustainability mindset. This would result in AUS graduates being capable and inclined to take sustainability issues into consideration in their personal and professional decision-making. So we aim for sustainability to be a foundational decision-making ethos for our students. One way we try to ensure that we meet this goal is to have as many students as possible exposed to sustainability issues, no matter what their course of study is or what their professional aspirations are. So therefore, we work with faculty and track sustainability learning outcomes, as we want to make sure these students are getting as much exposure as possible. So thinking about it from that way, we look at looking at the sustainability learning outcomes. We have a total of 132 courses that in the outcomes are, they have sustainability outcomes. That equals about 13% of our classes on campus. And then of those classes, we have about 79% of the students taking those classes. So we have, right now, we have about 80% of our students being exposed to classes with sustainability learning outcomes. We have just this year, this information is based on last year, but this year we have created a new course on innovation and entrepreneurship that is grounded in sustainability and has sustainability learning outcomes that will be a requirement for all students. So moving forward, all of our students will have will be exposed to at least one class with sustainability learning outcomes. But one of the things, in addition to that, we realized that it's not possible for all classes to have that sustainability outcome as part of its 3 to 5 outcomes. So we've worked with professors to identify areas where we could incorporate it in. So we've worked with, for example, we've worked with English professors who teach a general writing course that all students have to take on research writing. And they identify, each class, they identify one topic that the students have to do writing on. So we've worked with those English professors to have the sustainable development goals be that one topic that the students have to do their research on. So it gives enough it's broad enough that every student can find something that they're interested in under those sustainable development goals, but it also introduces all of the students to those sustainable development goals, which we're very excited about. So, so that's academics. Under research, our AUS research office allocates funds and tracks faculty sustainability research. And the AUS Office of Sustainability encourages students to use AUS as a living lab. So students can apply for funding to implement small campus-based sustainability pilot projects or to support their sustainability research. So for example, last year we supported the development of a note-taking app for Model UN conference, enabling the conference to go paperless. We provided funding for the development of a how to recycle educational video developed by students, which was accompanied by a pre and post test to measure knowledge gain. And this video was translated into 7 languages and targets the contracted cleaning staff and the faculty household helpers, trying to teach them to, how to recycle on campus. And we also supported a project that was looking at green concrete. So research by the numbers. So of the funds provided by AUS Research Office, 33% of those funds are focused on sustainability research. We have about 15% of our research faculty that are conducting sustainability research on campus, and the campus-based sustainability fund that our office provides is about 3,000. So it's not 3,000 AED. It's not a huge sum, but it's enough for a student to take on small projects on campus and to help them with those projects. Next, I'd like to look at engagement. So AUS Sustainability feels that there are multiple ways that we can meet our goals of ensuring students graduate with this sustainability mindset. The academics being the key component, but student engagement is another key area where we focus and try to build student knowledge, their interest, their passion for sustainability. Our office works hard to ensure that we are providing that just-in-time opportunity to meet students where they are and to encourage them to see the world through a sustainability lens. And this looks different for every student, and therefore we try to provide a variety of engagement activities on campus. So our office has focused on, we have a campaign this last year. Our big campaign was our single-use plastic ban on campus. We're in the first phase of that, but we started that in January, and that was quite successful. And we will have to revisit and rebrand it again once we come back to campus, but that was definitely very successful. We do field trips. We took students to the Sustainability Week in Abu Dhabi. We went to Masdar City. We went to the Biha Material Recovery Center and did a number of other trips. We do movie nights, showing documentaries, having conversations, trying to get people to talk about the different issues. We have a weekly farmers market during the growing season on campus that we try to promote buying local produce, having students think about their the footprint of the food that they're eating, thinking about eating nutritiously, and also about food security. So that's quite successful. And we host webinars. In the last couple of months, we collaborated with our career services and hosted a webinar called The Future of Sustainability and how to translate your skills into a job in sustainability with some great speakers that are working in the UAE. So looking at sustainability by the numbers, this last year, our office put on 20 plus events, and those, like I said, are speaker series, events, field trips. And then the actual university, the actual colleges put on another 11 events, and those are often conferences, competitions, or speaker events. So in addition to that, we have 11 official student clubs on campus that address sustainability, and those are just the official clubs. Each college also has their own clubs, such as we have the environmental green team that is under the environmental sciences department, and they this last year won the Sustainable Campus Initiatives, Green Campus Audit, and the Sustainable Action Plan. So they're very active. So that is a quick overview of what we do here at American University of Sharjah. I've provided our website there, our email address, phone number, and our Instagram. I recommend that people follow us on Instagram to learn more about what we're doing, but hope that that's a quick overview and interest people into having some questions when my colleagues are finished with their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor Raed Al-Amar, the Director of Master of Engineering Management Program at Abu Dhabi University. Professor Al-Amar holds a PhD in Industrial Engineering Operations Research from Wayne State University. He has over 20 years of experience at companies, universities in Jordan, USA, and United Arab Emirates. He is also a professional trainer and consultant on deploying Lean Six Sigma systems, supply chain, and quality management. Today, Professor Raed will talk about issues and lessons learned from managing transportation. Professor Raed, please go ahead.
Okay, now I think I'm. Thanks, Dr. Riyad, for the introduction, and thanks for University of Sharjah, Dr. Ahmad, and for all of you for the nice workshop. I will try to make it brief and short. I'm just a little warning. I'm running into some interruption today in technology and Wi-Fi, as they are doing some maintenance around. But hopefully, it will not be a problem, at least for the coming 10 minutes. Okay, as Dr. Riyad mentioned, I'm now at Abu Dhabi University, and we are also involved in the sustainability issues that affect the campus and affect the life of the students and the faculty. We have faculty, of course, main number of faculty are actually living on campus. So it has a lot to
Professor Raed, we don't hear you. Professor Raed, do you hear us? Do you hear me?
It seems the connection has been interrupted.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want, I can do my presentation until he reconnects.
No, let's wait 1 or 2 minutes.
ظبط؟
ها
اوكي حلو تم ميوت.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. حيا الله، شو الأخبار؟
دكتور عبد القادر،
حياك الله.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Raed. I apologize. I think it's better if we switch to the next speaker. And after that, inshallah, the technical issue you face will be solved. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Professor Sahar Sulaiman from the Department of Architecture, University of Ajman. Professor Sahar graduated from Baghdad University with honors and achieved his PhD degree from Bath University in United Kingdom. His research interests largely focus on sustainable green buildings. He is also the coordinator of the department's master program. Today, he will talk, inshallah, about the aftermath of the solar decathlon competition in Ajman University campus. Professor Sahar, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Iyad. Actually, my name is Sahar, not Sahar. And it's Sahar Karoufa.
I apologize for that.
Yeah, no worries. I have that a lot. Actually, back home, it's even worse. After I left home, which was Iraq, it's easier for people to understand because it's a complicated name, a strange name. So, yeah, as you said, I am going to talk about the solar decathlon and its implications and effects on our university. I just want to make sure you can, I haven't shared yet. Share screen. Share. Okay, are we good? Can everybody see the shared screen?
Yes.
Okay. So before I go into the decathlon, this is an image of the decathlon side competition. I'll explain it in a few moments. I would like to mention that although, as you read, my main interests in research are in sustainability and green buildings, my PhD is actually about university and campus design. So in terms of this workshop, actually, I have some my own insight. I am actually not much amused by the design of most university campuses worldwide. Most of them are based on campus design, which are individual buildings, one after the other. Probably a good example of campus design might be the new Apple building, Apple Center in America, which is a donut shape. But back to our main subject, which is the solar decathlon. This was a competition which was organized by DEWA in conjunction with the American Department of Energy, DOE. It's a big competition which has been going on for many years. By many years, I mean around 20. They used to have one every 2 years. Now I think there are 2 tracks, so there's one every year. Each track is 2 years between them. This is the site of the competition. There were 20 applicants at the beginning, but this is a very complicated competition. It costs a lot of money, requires huge effort. So a lot of the participants dropped out while it was going on. And eventually 16 houses, I believe, were built on site. And of those 16, 2 did not finish building their house. One, which is the Malaysian, they did finish, but for some reason the house didn't work and they didn't get any grades. They weren't evaluated on it. Our house is actually the one in the middle at the bottom. I don't think you can see my pointer, but it's the one at the bottom in the center. That was our house, the Ajman house. To its left, to our left is the Romanian. To our right is the Saudi. Behind us is the Italian, and next to them is the American, and so on and so forth. There were many participants. The decathlon is based on 10 competitions, which include sustainability, energy management, construction, architecture, interior design, functionality. There are 10 prizes that are awarded. Now, the competition was first announced in Dubai in 2017. And when I first heard about it, I thought, oh, well, amazing. I mean, I'm a practicing architect, actually, and I do research in sustainability. I thought a small 90-meter house was easy. I mean, I've designed hundreds of houses. I owned a construction company. I built 30 of these. What could be easier? Every time I remember that moment, a chill runs through my spine and I break into sweats. I'm sweating right now. You're sure you can't see me. But it turned out this was the most complicated project I ever been through. Now, if anybody is familiar with how you design a house, a typical 4 or 5 bedroom house will require around 30 drawings between architectural, mechanical, electrical, and sanitary. This small 90-meter house, which only contains 1 bedroom, required 180 drawings. We had to submit a manual, a user manual, which was around 400 drawings. The number of students who participated overall during the 2.5-year period were more than 100, participating in different parts of the program. Mostly architects and interior designers. This is the site when we started the work. These are some of the students who participated in the construction, the actual construction on site. Now the house is actually supposed to be transportable, and the European houses, the American houses, they did actually, when the competition finished, they removed their houses, they took them back home. But for the universities from the Emirates, I believe we were the only one who had a fully transportable house. We transported it back to the university, and I'll explain that is actually the effect it had on the campus. It was brought back. Now this is a video. There it is. There you are. All of these are students. All of these that you see are students from our university. They're actually working on the site itself. Except for the forklift operator, all of these are students. There we are. Most of the students are not skilled, of course. So these are the ladies doing some painting on the steel and aluminum girders. And this is us working at dusk, trying to finish the house. Work started at 7:30 in the morning and usually ended between 10 and 12 o'clock at night. And this is us working at night. And like I said, usually extended to midnight. Now, one of the main issues with building the house is that it had to be completed within 12 days. A full, functioning, completely connected house with all the furniture, everything working. And they had to inspect it for 12 different items, including the electricity and the water supply and water drainage and gray water and safety. It had to be signed off by 12 different people, and we only got our last signature at 11 o'clock on the very last day. So you can imagine it was nerve-wracking. Like I said, two didn't finish. This was the house during the competition. This car is part of the competition, actually. It was supplied to us by DEWA. It's an electric car, and we have to charge it using the electricity generated from the house. This is the same building from the other side, and you can see the plants are mostly desert plants. Actually, I insisted on desert plants, fearing that we would use more water than necessary. Actually, the water output from the air conditioners, the drip water, turned out to be more than enough for all the plants, and we had to just spill some of the excess water. We had a gray water plant, but the excess water from the drip water was actually more than enough for everything. This is the interior during the competition. You can see some measuring equipment. They measured air quality, VOCs, temperature, humidity, sound, lighting. All of these had certain standards which you have to surpass. This is us winning the energy management. We won 2 of the 10 competitions. We were the only university from the Middle East, the UAE, and Asia to win any first prize. All of the rest went to the Europeans and Americans. The American Virginia Tech, they were the American participants, they won first prize overall. So back to our university. This is an image which shows the old buildings. Now we are presently around a 7,000 student campus. We had a campus in Fujairah, which was separated from us a couple of years ago. They are now their own, a distinct university in their own. It's called Fujairah University, as far as I know. And I wanted to show you this picture in particular because these are the 3 old buildings in our university, in our campus. When I mention old, I mean that, let me give you a little background. In 2003, Dubai instigated the building insulation rules. So any building that had to be built in Dubai after 2003 had to pass certain insulation standards. And those standards still apply, although now they have the green building standard, which is much wider and much bigger and much more comprehensive. But those were the beginning and they were good. But these buildings, as I expect that most buildings in Sharjah and American University as well were built prior to these rules showing up. Other Emirates followed Dubai in also initiating their own insulation rules, but these buildings are not insulated. And the result is that they use quite a bit of electricity. And this is actually one of the things that I'm going to talk a lot about the effect of the aftermath of the decathlon, how it affected our university. This is the newest building in the campus. It's called the Students Hub. It contains the administration, library, cafeterias, food courts, etc. Everything related to the students. Registration, finance, everything. And you can see it's all glass, which is not good. This is this is the biggest building on campus. It's called J2. This contains engineering and architecture and interior design and business, as far as I remember, etc. It's the biggest building in the campus. It's 20,000 meters square on its own. Now, this is the decathlon house. As I mentioned, we designed our house from scratch to be transportable. And we always intended to bring it back. I don't think any of the other of the competitors in the UAE bought their building back. We initiated this site in particular. It was initiated by Sheikh Rashid actually as a research center. And we intended all along to bring it back and make it into a sustainability research center. We're thinking along other lines now with COVID and thinking maybe we'd make it a research center for healthy buildings. But this is the building being rebuilt back on site. Of course, it took much more than 12 days to rebuild it because we were under so much pressure. I should probably mention that the students built the house on campus, on site in Dubai. In 12 days, they remained another 14 days during the competition. And this was in November, and the exams, students' exams were in December. So there were a lot of issues. Some faculty helped quite a lot, some staff and others were less helpful. But the students were up to the task. And this is the building as it presently stands, finished. It is in front of our biggest building. It's nice, it looks nice. Most people pass through it during the day after they park their cars or going to and from the sports halls, for instance. They have to pass in front of it and they see it every day. It's prefabricated. It's made out of prefabricated concrete, I should probably mention. You can see the solar panels on the top. And here it is from the other side. And this sign that you see is actually the decathlon sign, which was provided for us by the competition organizers, which was placed next to our house during the competition. We brought it back with us. It's probably one of the issues that I should mention, that everybody who passes by the house now sees a house which is called the Solar Decathlon House. And I should emphasize the word solar because it's the basis of most of the effects and aftermath effects of bringing this house back. One of the things that we want to make use of is teaching, and because here the services are all exposed. So engineering, civil engineering, sewage, architects, interior designers, they can actually see how the house works. This is water supply and sewage, and you can see some of the air conditioning and the electricals are visible from the inside. So we intend to use it for teaching. But of course, during the pandemic, we don't want the students moving around too much. So this is going to be a future project, a future application, I should say. And here you can see the solar water heater on the top and connection with the water supply. This is intended for, this is something I want to talk about a lot. Now, as I mentioned, everybody that sees this house sees something called the Solar Decathlon House. And everybody knows that we did well. Actually, after the competition finished, every time I phoned somebody, the first thing they would say, oh, congratulations on winning the Solar Decathlon competition. We didn't win, of course. We won 2 prizes. But we did well, better than almost any other university in the UAE. So we got congratulated a lot, and the word spread. And now the house is on site. Everybody sees it with the solar panels. So the positive effect is, first of all, the students themselves, they learned about construction, they learned about saving energy, they learned about recycling, they learned about water supply and gray water, and they learned how to work as a team. They learned how important it is, these sustainability issues, how important they are, how important it is to save on energy. And they learned that there is something called solar generation. Now, I should mention that solar generation actually has a lot of issues. You need a lot of space to generate. This building succeeded in winning the energy management because we required less energy. The whole house is presently connected to 5 kilowatts of energy, of regular electricity from the grid, 5 kilowatts, and it's enough. It generates, the solar panels generate 12 kilowatts. The Decathlon rules say that you can't supply more than 8, so we use the inverters to throttle the supply back to 8. So we were generating more than we needed. But we calculated this generation thinking that when we came back, we might need that for research, for adding several computers, maybe a lot of screens, projectors, and things like that that might need some electricity. But presently, you can see it's not connected. One of the main reasons is that Dubai was actually uniquely qualified to hold this competition because Dubai, apart from all the other Emirates over here, has a system where you can supply the grid with electricity. We won the competition, energy management, because we supplied the grid more than we used. Even those 8 kilowatts, which were less than we could actually generate, we actually generated more than we used by around 100 kilowatts. We supplied 200 kilowatt hours and we used 150, 160. So we oversupplied by around 40%. Like I said, this is Dubai. You can connect to the cooling. Evaporative cooling is a method of very low energy cooling. It requires around 10-15% of regular air conditioning, and we use those to cool the envelope during certain periods of the day, which created a thermal barrier between the inside and the outside, which didn't need so much air conditioning. Now, 60 to 80% of the electricity supply in the Emirates and most of the Gulf states is used for cooling of buildings. In a building itself, like our university and most of the other universities, 80% of our electricity is used for air conditioning. If you can create a dent in that, you're doing yourself a world of good. But again, I'll repeat, this only required 5 kilowatts, so the solar panels were enough. But if you go back to these older buildings, they don't have insulation, not even insulation. Forget the intelligent envelope. They have single glazing windows. Now, single glazing is terrible in terms of insulating the inside from the outside. It really is bad because glass is a semiconductor, and the aluminum, which the windows are made of, they are conductors. Metal is a conductor. These new buildings, well, this is a glass building. It's not, I can't say it's well designed in terms of energy. You see all those white parts in the front, those are actually shades being drawn down because there's too much sun, it faces the south. This building is insulated, as are 2 other new buildings which have been built over here. They are insulated, they do have double glazing. Now, I am privy to how much of the energy we use in our campus for cooling, and it's a lot. Now, let's go back over here. Now, people walk in front of this building, which is on campus, which everybody sees every day, and it's a nice building. It looks different from everything else, and they see a title which says solar house, and they think solar. So and we use a lot of energy for cooling in the campus, as most other campuses, I'm sure. And I've been in multiple meetings and multiple committees, and I've had multiple phone calls from administrators and deans and asking me, okay, we want to use solar energy to generate electricity. And I say, look, you won't even create a dent because solar energy is very low capacity generation. This works because it doesn't need much. But our buildings, especially the 3 older buildings and the glass building, they require a lot of energy. And the easiest way to reduce energy requirements is actually to reduce the electricity requirement itself. Put in insulation, find a solution to the windows, which is not easy. Now, we did, the university, we were contracted to Dubai municipality to do a study on the buildings that pre-2003. That was before the insulation requirements. And we found that 53% of the buildings which existed in 2015 in Dubai were actually old buildings not insulated. And we were required by the research to find solutions and test those solutions. And the solutions weren't actually difficult as far as the walls are concerned, because there's a system which is called EIS, external insulation systems. They're cheap, they're easy to put on for low-lying buildings. They are exactly what the term is. You put insulation on the outside, you glue it to the building using certain systems, and then you plaster and paint over them. They look nice, they don't crack as the regular plaster does. The paint stays new, and they are very efficient. And they will immediately lower your energy requirements. The windows are another issue. There is actually no good solution. There is a system called, you can use drapes, but of course, not in public buildings. My house over here, I put 3 layers of drapes in it to reduce the insulation requirement. Energy requirement. But in a public building, you can't really put drapes. You can put shades, you saw them drawn over there, but not in a classroom where you need natural lighting. There is a system called supplementary glazing or tertiary glazing. I think in Australia they call them storm windows. You add another layer of glazing, which is not usually glass. Actually, it's sometimes plastic, sometimes acrylic, but it doesn't look nice. And I haven't found any research on how much. We probably should do some ourselves over here in the UAE. Add that other layer of glazing and see how much it reduces the consumption. This is an opening for us, for my fellow researchers. So that is the solution. But the people who've been contacting me, they want solar energy because they like the house and they're impressed by the results we got. But we can't really do this well in our university. There's no room. And we're not well equipped. And I'll go back to this roof picture. Now, I didn't put it in this picture to show you where you're storing our excess chairs. These have actually been removed now. They have another place to place them. But to show you the roof, see this gravel over here? Now, those of you who might be familiar with construction, this is called built-up roofing. There are no tiles on top. These aggregates, they're pebbles, they're aggregates, small aggregates, stone aggregates. They're actually here to protect the layer of thermal insulation below it. So, and thermal insulation is very brittle and low density. If you walk on this roof, you can feel you're not really stable. You can feel the roof actually pressing a little bit down on the insulation. So if you want to, where everybody puts thermal insulation on, the parking area was mentioned. We can add shading to the parking area, which is a good idea. But the present parking we have uses tensile construction, which is
Sorry, you have 2 minutes, please. Sorry for
2 minutes.
Okay,
okay, absolutely. So we need to replace them. If we replace them with hard metal, it's going to need a new foundation. There are other solutions, but they won't always face south. So we will not even create a dent in our electricity requirements. I was actually very happy to hear from Dr. Al-Qahwachi that their new campus can generate 2 megabytes. I did a quick calculation. It's difficult for that campus to generate 2 megabytes. I don't think the roof area exists, but technology is always advancing rapidly. I would really like to see us generate 150 kilowatts, but I would still think that any existing campus, the first item would be to insulate and reduce energy requirements before you go to energy generation. And that it should have been the main lesson we learned from the solar decathlon. But the most obvious lesson, most obvious benefit was the benefit to the students. and to some of the staff. Awareness, they know what it is. We changed part of our curriculum and part of our syllabus to include more sustainability, and actually two of the leaders of the construction, they participated in competition by a big architectural company, and using the technology that we use, they actually won first prize, and they worked there. One of them is still there, working there, based on what they learned from me. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sahar, for a rich and fruitful experience. Thank you so much. Now we go back to Professor Raed. Are you ready, Professor Raed?
Yes, I am ready.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Can you just, I want to share the presentation. I just need the previous, Dr. Sahar, can you remove your presentation?
I'm trying. Amazingly. Apparently, it's not easy. Wait a minute. Okay. The window has disappeared.
Okay, sorry for the disconnection that happened earlier. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll go out and come back in again. The window for sharing has actually disappeared, and I can't stop sharing.
At the top of your window, you will find stop sharing in red.
I know the window itself isn't visible to me. Wait a minute again. Yeah, it's not opening. I should tell you, I'm really good with computers. My first two public, here it is. It's back.
Can you try now, Professor Raed?
Yes. Now it's okay.
Okay.
Again, sorry for the interruption that happened earlier. Hopefully it will not happen again. Anyway, I was talking about ADU practices when it comes to transportation and how to attain that sustainability element that's dependent on the element of the component of transportation. And in the introduction, I was just saying that we have multiple transportation modes affecting the university campus, including within campus transportation, mainly faculty using sometimes cars from housing to their colleges. And of course, students who majority they like to drive, and they bring cars also to campus. In addition to students who use the university transportation means, the buses from city, mainly Abu Dhabi to the campus as well. We have also many buses that transfer or transport faculty and staff between campuses, as we offer programs in Abu Dhabi, Al Ain, and Dubai now. So that makes a little bit complete kind of transportation system that affects the university performance in general, and affects, of course, on campus pollution and green measures because of this heavy kind of traffic in and out or within the campus. So my presentation will be brief. I will just explain to you what practices we currently do when it comes to transportation, and what the future also aspects are focused on limiting the transportation components and transportation impacts on the overall picture of sustainability within campus. I always liked campuses, and I think the green initiative for campuses is a beautiful thing, actually. I have traveled again all over the world, and I saw campuses that are really beautiful and attractive. And when you are there, you don't want to leave. It's more or less like a park. In addition to all kind of green transportation means, no pollution, relying more on walking less than and less on driving, and many others. And I hope that we have something similar again in our area as well. I mean, given the harsh weather of the environment around here, it will not be basically easy to do the same. But there's so many initiatives going on across multiple campuses, including Abu Dhabi University, basically to try to be as sustainable as possible. I think the introduction about sustainability, everybody's aware of that, and the impact of transportation systems on sustainability is a major thing. Now, the initiative of Green Campus is a picture and beyond just the transportation means. It's like a collaborative kind of effort between all the stakeholders. And that involves, of course, students, staff, faculty, and even visitors campus to try to create a green campus where we have less pollution and less impacts of cars, at least in terms of noise and traffic within and in and out the campus. We don't have actually at the university, we don't have a sustainability office specialized like other universities in that. But we have like business support services, and one of their basically measures or missions is to arrange for transportation and to reduce the amount of transportation. And they work very hard on that in terms of scheduling buses, cars, giving permissions, etc. And they try to limit as much as they can the access of cars in the campus. And what makes it easy, what made it actually easier for them is the fact that they have very good large parking area outside the campus offered by the city here, and that made it easier for them. And what they did, they made it like a shaded area, so students, visitors are encouraged to park there, and they don't enter the campus, but they have to walk, of course, for some distance. Now, from my side, as basically an engineering faculty member, and given my background in industrial engineering, I always looked at it from the side of modeling, operations research, lean measures, green measures, the things that basically overlap with what we deliver and teach for our masters in engineering management students. So we dedicated some of the local studies done by students to do that, to model the transportation and to optimize the transportation and to reduce the impacts of transportation and to apply some of the lean, for example, techniques that you typically applied in manufacturing or production, or borrow it from the lean production area and to implement it within campus as well. The overall mission is again to reduce the overall transportation, to increase the efficiency of the transportation by basically reducing the number of trips, cars, permissions, etc. At the same time, providing the service again needed for all the stakeholders of the campus. So the framework that usually the students work on is this framework. Economic takes the top priority because sustainability means a system can operate effectively and can be basically economically effective first before we start worrying about the environment and social. And I know that a lot will think that the environment will take usually the top priority, but this is in terms of pragmatic thinking, I don't think that this is the case. When the system becomes economically basically effective and operational effective, whether it's a production, business, service, education, etc., then I think environment regulations will start to take some kind of initiatives and priority, but along with the economic, let's say, sustainability of the system. And then typically, I think that will follow or become part of it is the social impact. Now, when it comes to campus, the social is a major element because it affects the quality of life for students, the faculty, and because campuses usually are human intensive. Every day we receive from probably around 4,000 basically student, faculty member, visitor, staff that they enter the campus. And so we have to worry about the social impacts of transportation, on sustainability, on the human interaction with the university. But when you integrate, actually, this is just one simple idea. When you integrate lean and green, I think all the colleagues today, they have detailed it, and I looked at the survey for the university green measures, and they're also very comprehensive. They have almost outlined every aspect related to the green initiative. But what we can add to that is the lean, actually. The lean elements, they have very good kind of techniques, and it is no longer a philosophy as all we know. It is much more than that. It becomes specific techniques that can be applied to optimize the layouts, the flow, and the flow, of course, applies to cars, buses, transportation, and to reduce the overall terminology of waste. And as you know, the Japanese call it moda, and one of the major moda elements identified in lean production theory, and it is also applied across all systems, is the unnecessary transportation. And we apply it again in the production environment for material handling systems and for logistics. But within the campuses, there is not much different also. There is a lot of logistics, supplies, catering for the campus. At the same time, there is within again, campus transportation and movements, especially for large campuses that can benefit heavily from the techniques of lean to reduce at least the transportation element. So without overdoing the introduction, moving directly to the transportation elements, carbon emissions is the major thing, especially again in large campuses because of so much vehicle traffic in and out and within. Now transportation policies always try to limit the motor vehicle access to campus. Very large number of staff or students, and that will reduce traffic and improve the overall environment and make it healthier environment around campus. Now, pedestrian policies, especially for crossing between colleges, between departments, this is also a major element that can help the transportation. Now, luckily, within the design of, say, our main campus in Abu Dhabi, they have designed the building to be interconnected. So they are not really separated by, I think the labs, students have to cross and walk to reach the labs. They are a little bit in a separate entity, and their campus also, their housing also. But other than that, as long as they are on the campus, students and faculty staff, they can move between different colleges and departments within campus, within that controlled environment that has like multiple layers of buildings, but at the same time, they have a long walk, but they are still within the buildings. They don't have to leave actually the buildings. They can still connect between different building to another while they are and this is not the case probably at the University of Sharjah or other universities. So that makes pedestrians policies less basically impact on the overall transportation issues. But the public transportation is playing an important role nowadays. We have public buses now reaching campus. The university has its own fleet also to transport students in and out. And I think the element of using the public transport, especially buses, is working very well across campus. Now, when I looked at the university green criteria, the transportation is basically taking about 18%. Again, the other elements have been already addressed by different colleagues. But I really want to highlight here the fact that there is no separation actually between different entities. I mean, we cannot, for example, on campus start an initiative on transportation without actually thinking about the water, or waste, or energy, or other elements of transportation or sustainable campus in general. Again, briefly going on some of the ADU practices for transportation. So to deal with the harsh environment, as I said, cars and buses are actually allowed on campus, but they are very limited by permissions. And they have been pushed to park outside the campus in that huge parking area given to the university by the city. And it has become actually shaded area, so they don't have to worry about the heat when it comes to accessing the campus. And that applies also to visitors as well. Now, the main buildings, as I said, they are actually interconnected. And that makes it easier to move within controlled environment, air-conditioned environment. So they don't have to, but they have to walk again. And this is, again, good for the health, good for all the other things. But, you rarely see somebody leaving their department, riding a car and driving around campus to reach to another department. They instead, it's probably shorter in time to walk than doing that. The issue of traveling among or within three campuses in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Al Ain requires, as I said, a lot of scheduling effort, and that's done by the PSF services. And recently, as I told you, one of the groups of the students are working actually with them to optimize the schedule, and I'm going to give some details on that later. Buses are used to transport students to the campus. The majority of staff are using, actually they're walking to campus because we have housing for faculty and housing for students, male and female, and all of them are within walking distances. So what the university did, they have developed a shaded a shaded like area for walking for female students to walk to campus. And they're probably gonna do the same for male students soon, so that nobody will complain that I am gonna walk in the sunshine, which is very hot. So I need to use a car or a bus. Instead, they can just walk within that shaded area. And they are always encouraged again to avoid using their private vehicles as much. And as I said, there's so much restrictions about using the car on campus. To be again environmentally friendly for public transportation, the public buses with the Abu Dhabi Transport Services, they are now sending public city buses to campus, and they actually park in front of the campus. So many of the students now, they are encouraged to use those public transportation means instead of bringing their own car. In terms of some KPIs or indicators, there's like a ratio for cars to population across campus around 25%, which may be a little bit high. I mean, this need to be reduced actually less. And in terms of shuttle service, they are available. Zero emission is like initiative policy, they recommended, of course, and they try to enforce it as much as they can. The ratio of zero emissions now, electrical vehicles used on campus, not measured actually yet. Some students, faculty, staff, they are using hybrid and they are using, of course, electrical vehicles, but there is no statistics available for how many. Around 50% actually is the ratio of parking area to the total campus area. And that's very high ratio, but it's not actually fully utilized. And this parking area has increased again because, as I said, there is a huge parking area around campus being available for student and staff and as faculty and visitor also to park in. They have used a limited number again. They always try to design limit and decrease the parking area on campus. In the last years, particularly, they implement for student parking definitely, and students now they have very limited access to get to campus. Only students probably who are living in house, and they can actually bring their car and parking there. Maybe for the rest of the week they're going to be walking to the campus, and just they probably use it toward the weekend. The transportation initiatives to decrease the private vehicles also is being implemented for student cars and for in-housing staff. The pedestrian policy is already being implemented. Now, the last thing I want to mention, I think, is modeling to deal with the overall cost of transportation. And when I say cost, I mean basically emissions, because emissions also, they have cost, pollution, it has cost, and many others. So without getting much into details, linear programming is very effective in that it can optimize the intra-campus transportation across campuses using a total minimization cost transportation model. And as you know, the transportation problem is a typical problem in the area of operations research. So when that is being expanded to include a schedule to optimize the total cost of transportation in terms of number of trips, number of drivers, emissions, etc., for 1 week, and to make that optimized and publicized and implemented at the same time across campus. That is basically a mission of one of the teams of students who are studying engineering management. They are doing that currently. And they want to minimize the number of total trips and total kilometers, etc. And they are dealing with multiple constraints, just to name a few. They have limited number of available minivans to carry faculty, for example, drivers. They have to cover all the travel requests per week. And the travel requests per week are interesting because they come from 3 campuses. And we have actually classes even for the master's student in the evening. They finish around 9:30 p.m. So that requires basically scheduling across the whole day from 9 a.m. till 9 or 9:30 p.m. for 12 hours schedule. And the idea is to get an optimal weekly schedule with minimum total pollution from an environmental perspective and many others. I'd like just to conclude with some success factors that are essential to support the transportation sustainability across campus. We need to develop a framework for each campus that has to be customized campus by campus, because campuses are different in terms of area, in terms of parking areas, number of traffic, etc. We need to gather data. And that data on transportation performance is very crucial to support any initiative or any plan or any model needed for modeling also, and to identify solutions. Compliance has to be basically across all business units. It cannot be done by a certain unit and ignored by others. We need to engage students and all stakeholders, especially students. They have to be aware, staff, of course, and we have to make it like part of the ethical code or within using ethical means that they have to be part of those initiatives. So they have to understand the value of it first to be part of it, and engage all other stakeholders. Now, currently with the technology available, we can, again, the university is not doing it yet, but they can actually integrate that at least within their ERP system, and utilize Internet of Things, blockchain sometimes to track transportation requests, buses, resources available, and to make it basically kind of real-time control of the transportation emission levels, all kind of things across commerce. This requires, of course, periodic and live reporting. Live reporting will be supported by technologies more and will be more effective than periodic reviews, which is going on right now. I think the BSF services, they are running periodic reviews of those measures, and they keep an eye on them in order to take actions. Usually the actions, they become like reactive kind of actions. And with the live reporting, we hope that they become like proactive. And that will impact overall transportation and their impact on sustainability. We'd like to stop at this point, and we'll be glad to take any question from the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raed. Now we come to the questions and answers. Please, audiences, if you have any questions for the three speakers, and maybe we can start with the last presentation. Please direct your questions either by writing in the chatting room, or you can speak directly.
Can I make one comment here? I just want to make one comment in reply to what Dr. Sahar made. So yeah, in terms of the capacity to install the 2 megawatt system on campus.
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, I can assure you that it can be done, and we have the designs and everything, the design for that. So it's the campus is big, and we have lots of parking lots and lots of roof area. So yeah, it can be done. We can even surpass the 2 megawatts. But these days the DEWA has a limitation on the installed capacity on any single lot. So they have a limitation of 2 megawatts per lot. So that's what limited us from going even over that. So if you have one single lot registered with DEWA on 1 meter, you cannot surpass 2 megawatts by no means. So yeah, but there is the campus is big. The campus is big, and it has the capacity to do that.
Okay, I was looking at your roof surface area, and it looked way not enough. But if you're going to use parking, that's a different subject.
Well, roof area is small, not small actually, but it's not enough for sure.
Great.
Yeah. All right.
Other questions? Okay, with this we come to the end of the third session. I will direct the mic to Professor Imad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iyad, for leading this session. And I would like to thank all the speakers about their talk and presentation, which is very relevant and interesting. And this adds to the experience and knowledge that we gained through this workshop. Now we come to maybe before the concluding remarks. We have one session. I will just, it's a very short session. Okay. Sorry. Okay, it is open discussion about GreenMetric National Network in the United Arab Emirates thematic priority activities. As we have seen during this workshop that we have to come up with a plan, what to do and how to collaborate together. So we need to discuss this jointly. But before that, I would like just to kindly ask you to check the chat box and fill the survey form and enter all your detailed data so that you can get certificate of participation if you are interested in. Now, as a result of this, let's say, workshop, as we have seen today, we have now, in addition to the University of Sharjah as a national coordinator for GreenMetric network in the United Arab Emirates, we have now 6 universities joined or will join the local network. And we hope Dr. Raed also and others, they will contact their universities, and we are sure that soon more universities will contact us to expand this membership. So we look at this as an important framework and umbrella to share our knowledge and experience and plan together how to excel in the United Arab Emirates and in the region and globally. And by this also, I answer the question of Dr. Robert in the beginning, who said that we need to have an impact which is recognized globally. And I think with joining our efforts together and forming our future leader in the future, the students, I think we can together contribute. So for this is our contact information at the Sustainability Office at the University of Sharjah, email and telephone. You can contact us for further information. At the same time, I need just to present the thematic priority activities that were suggested by GreenMetric. As you can see, as a global network of universities concerned with sustainability, the network seeks to advance the efforts of its members and contribute to global society by first shaping global higher education and research in sustainability. And we have seen today that every university is doing great in both in education and research, and we can see the percentage of sustainability related courses are increasing regardless if it is inclusive or focused. At the same time, our role here is to create global sustainability leaders through our graduates who will be the leaders in the future, and at the same time together working together, partnering on solutions to sustainability challenges, because these are huge challenges that we are facing. So we need to take this with us as an exercise, because now the time is passing and we are a little bit behind in the schedule. So my suggestion is the following. We have these three, or this question, what can universities in GreenMetric World University Ranking Network do together? We can see these three themes or priority themes for actions and activities. So let us take this exercise to every university has its own team, discuss these themes, and soon when we complete the network or the membership of all the network, the local network, national network, soon we will call for a joint workshop. So the leaders of sustainability in every university and the members of this university in the national network, GreenMetric network, we will sit together, brainstorm, discuss, and identify what can we do together. So I think this is very important because collaborating is essential these days. So please, let us take this exercise, and every university try to identify certain activities or events. Then we can come up with, soon I will call for a meeting for all the members and the new who will join also to discuss and plan together next step. Any question or any comment on this?
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmad, thank you very much for a very well organized event. It was very informative and really brought us up to date on what's happening in the world in terms of sustainable campuses. So thank you very much for this.
You are welcome. It is our pleasure having all of you, and the success of this event is because of you. All of you have contributed to this. And this is a good example. This is just the start, the kickoff of our national network. Soon, we will together we will organize and proceed to achieve excellence. Any other question or comment?
Can we meet in Sharjah next time?
If inshallah, but as long as we have COVID-19 restrictions, we hope we can. But nowadays technology is solving all the issues, so we can have a virtual meeting or let's say in Sharjah with this social distancing. We have a room for that. We can discuss it also. So we can discuss if it is possible. Yes, you are welcome. We can arrange that.
Thank you.
Yes, any other question or comment before we come up to the closing remarks? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. If we were in contact, we would clap and celebrate. Well done.
Thank you very much, Professor Saha. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to thank everybody for this great day, and I would like now give the floor to Professor Muammar. Unfortunately, Professor Hamid, he couldn't come now because the program a little bit changed with time. So Professor Muammar, please, if you can start with the closing remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It was really very informative and useful. We thank all the participants who were with us this morning, those who presented, those who were with us. We thank very much the universities who are already involved. As you know, there's a large number of universities in UAE who are very active in sustainability. So the next few weeks, we expect many more to join us. And therefore, we look forward once we settle with the number of members. We look forward to call for a meeting and decide what is next. I think we can do a lot of things in green and sustainability. And mashallah, we noticed that all of you from the universities in the UAE who talk today have many extensive activities in sustainability and green issues, and therefore will be very complementary to together contribute to make our place green and contribute to the greenness and sustainability of the world if we can. And therefore I'm very happy. I learned a lot today. It's very informative. You have the greetings of the Chancellor, and hopefully soon we have many more members, and we'll meet again. We thank our colleagues from Indonesia, Professor Riti, and all others who contributed, who made this happen. Really, they helped us a lot to prepare for this first workshop, and we look forward to contribute further with them in the future. Of course, with all these universities inside the country and outside the country who contributed with us or who will be with us, as I mentioned in my presentation, we look forward for a larger collaboration, even outside sustainability. We do want to reinforce our collaboration with universities inside UAE, in the region, and all over the world. So we look forward to collaborate with you in sustainability and in other aspects of research. Thank you very much again, and we look forward to see you again, inshallah, in Sharjah, face to face. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Muammar, for these words and concluding remarks. And now, if you please, Professor Riri, can you please give also your concluding remarks?
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Imad Al-Siyuf. I thank you so much for all the excitement of the participants today to show off, to share your experience in doing good things for your university, which is, I know it's the standard, it's above the average of all universities worldwide, because you have the best infrastructure, just as your Dubai and your Abu Dhabi city, that we admire. Well, I would like to thank again Professor Hamid Al-Naimi, the Chancellor of Sharjah University. Professor Muammar Betayeb, you are also from engineering, electrical engineering. I hope to meet you one day to discuss things, maybe further collaboration. Really nice to know that your H index is all very high. You've been doing a lot of things in your university in terms of improving the research and as well as the other achievements such as this performance in sustainability achievement. And I would like to thank Professor Imad Al-Siyuf again for making the network works. And I hope that you will always be the supporter, our supporter, knowing that it's always up and down in life, but we are all friends, and we hope that we have more and more meetings like this. And also to Dr. Lucy Samarjian from University of Sharjah also, and also Engineer Bilal Irsaid, the speakers, which have shown us all the details today about the waste management, water management, transportation, and also how you do things with your waste, like today the furniture even. And also Professor Galib Kahwaji, and a speaker from Rochester Institute of Technology, and Dr. Naima, and Dr. Beardley, and Ms. Rose Armour. Thank you so much. And also Professor Raid Al-Omar, and Professor Sahar Sulaiman, and Professor Abdul Qadir Hamid. I'm so happy today to have a very fruitful discussion with all of you. And I'm sure that hopefully, just like although the expo is not there, I'm sure that you're supposed to have your expo this October, right? But the expo may be online, but there are a lot of things that we learned from UAE, and I hope that as you are located in the real center of the map of the world, you can be the country that can do something together hand in hand with us. You know, we are both are from one of the largest Muslim country in the world, and we hope that your support will be highly appreciated, starting with your submission for the data on the 31st of October. But beforehand, if you could WhatsApp me or email us what we can do together. Meanwhile, please do so. And I thank you once again, and I hope to meet you soon in the global meeting next month in Iran. And beforehand, before Prophet, I would like to ask my friend, Mr. Junaidi, to also give the closing remark, because he's the one who's starting this network and it becoming bigger and better, and we work together to achieve the number 17 SDGs global partnership. Thank you, and see you again.
Thank you.
Pak Junaidi, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Prof. Riri. So once again, thank you for attending this workshop. We are very impressed with what you've done in UAE at the universities. And we hope that we can collaborate together, all university in UAE, and also you can join our global effort to contribute to our global society, to make our world a bit better for our next generation. So thank you very much for your effort. Please stay safe and healthy. See you hopefully, inshallah, in Sharjah, in UAE next year.
Inshallah. Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, I would like to thank GreenMetric organization, Professor Riri, Professor Junaidi, Professor Tommy, Ms. Sabrina, and all the team there. And I would like to thank His Excellency Professor Hamid and Professor Muammar and the high management at the University of Sharjah, the leaders who contributed today, the speakers who contribute today from all universities in United Arab Emirates. Your contribution is highly appreciated. The mediators who contributed, and also I would like to thank the members of the Sustainability Office, especially Engineer Bushra, for her tremendous effort in organizing this event. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody who attended also and participated in the success of this great event. And this is the start, and we look forward for next step, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Imad.
Thank you, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam wa rahmatullah.
Salam. I all invite you to a virtual lunch.
Free, yeah?
Yeah, I can send you pictures if you like.
Mansaf, yes, Mansaf.
No, we want to take it cash. Can you send it cash?
I can send you my bank account.